And we are live. Welcome to Paradigm Shift TV 314. This is your brother, Pianki Patah Muntu Nefer Amun Ra. And we got another powerful show with you with one of the most powerful brothers to come on the show. And before we let him get into his spiel, let me do my usual greeting. Let me say hotep to my fellow Kemetic brothers and sisters. Let me say God bless to my Christian brothers and sisters. Let me say shalom to my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. Let me say assalamu alaikum to my brothers and sisters in the NOI. Let me say Islam to my Moorish brothers and sisters. And let me say Jambo to my brothers and sisters on the continent and throughout the diaspora. Let me say what's up to my atheist brothers and sisters. Let me say peace to my brothers and sisters in the nation of gods and earth on 5%. Now, y'all know I say that greeting for one reason only. It's because if you're Black, I'm with you. And I hope that you're with me. Our different ideologies should not keep us from uniting. And we can have unity without uniformity. With that being said, my brother, what you got for us today?
Islam. Alhamdulillah, Ubillah min shaitan rajim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, especially merciful. I bear witness there's no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger, and I see him in Allah for my own ego. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Islam family. Alhamdulillah, Rabbi Lewis, aka Louis Islam, aka Real Islam. What an honor to be on Paradigm Shift.
Always, always. So what you got for us today, bro?
Yeah, inshallah, mashallah. Inshallah, tonight we'll be talking about a very riveting topic. The topic of tonight's discussion is khutbah. This khutbah is our African Americans Israelites.
Okay. And you feel like you're gonna be able to prove that consequentially, or is this something that you're looking to debate or have a discussion on with some of the other brothers?
There'll be a fantastic blend of both.
Got you. Okay. Well, my brother, it's on you. Let me mute my mic. I'm gonna sit back and be edutained just like everybody else. Go ahead and do your thing.
One second. Let's make sure they can hear
discussion
on. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Mashallah. Again, my name is Rabbi Lewis. I'm a published author with over 33 books. So name is Untitled. My name is Rabbi Lewis, LEWS. You can find my work. My academic background is in parasitology, being a student of late Dr. Hubert Clark. My mentor, Ty Lopez, Alex Moore, PhD. And my background is investment banking, parasitology, and comparative religion from Timbuktu Seminary School. Hey, Bianchi.
Yes, sir.
Culture's in the chat. He wants the link. I don't know if you want to give it to him now. Wait till after we're done. You can give him the link now if you want. I have no problem. I mean, that's on you.
Okay. I'll shoot it to him.
Okay. Yeah, mashallah. So, tonight's discussion is khutbah. Khutbah means, if you don't know, means lecture in Arabic. I'm trained in Arabic. But this khutbah, inshallah, is our African Americans Israelites. I'm ready whenever Pianki. Okay.
All right, let me make sure you can share.
I don't need to share screen. I'm fine.
Oh, okay. I thought you was doing the PowerPoint.
It's not a PowerPoint, more just like a what do you call it? You ever heard of Google.word? It's like a Google.word file. I just typed up, so you know.
Okay. Well, let me send our brother the link.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
Let y'all build. My brother Rocky, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
What's going on with you?
No, cool. I didn't mean to come on and interrupt anything y'all had going. It seemed like he was present something, so I wanted to listen and afterwards hopefully possibly have a dialogue in regards to what he shows today.
Okay, no doubt. You want to talk about what you got coming up?
Like I said, I don't want to take away nothing that he about to show you. Feel me? I want it to be inappropriate, but we can talk about that when he done saying what he got to say. Beyond, because I
Got you. It's all good. All right, Rabbi Lewis, it's on you, bro.
Okay. So let me. Woo. All right. So let's get started my presentation. Inshallah. So how can I say this? I feel like Joe Biden. How can I say this in a public setting? But when we look at historically Negro, Caucasian, Mongoloid as a nomenclature, a phenotypical nomenclature, we run into problems because this paradigm shift was designed by a guy named Blumenbach, Joseph E. Blumenbach. So Blumenbach is the one who came up with the term Negro, Caucasian, Mongoloid. You with me? So when you look historically before the 19th century and you use terms like Negro, Caucasian, or Mongoloid, you run into issues because this is a new phenomenon. See what I'm saying? When you look in history before the 19th century and you see terms like Negro, like Herodotus, who calls the Egyptians Negroes, that term is a 19th century term. So when Herodotus, for example, calls the Egyptians Negroidian, we look at that today and say, look, that proves they were black, right? You guys with me? Okay, I guess they're on mute. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we here. We on mute. We trying to let
Okay,
you go.
great.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
Okay, great, guys. Sorry about that. So I said Blumenbach is the one who came with the term Negro, Caucasian, Mongoloid. So look at the term Negro or Caucasian being used before the 19th century. It has a totally different definition or connotation the way we look at it today. For example, the Hebrew Israelites like to go to the Prophet's work where it says the Jews were black. But if you look at that word black, because these letters were written in French, the language French, right? So when it says that the Jews were black, there's the French word there in French is basanti, which means a tan pale skin complexion. But the Hebrew Israelites see the word black and assume that this means black where we see black today based on Blumenbach's designations. So to the Prophet calls the Jews black. But the word there in French, translated from the French, which is translated from, is actually basanti in French, the word basanti. And it actually means a tan pale skin complexion. Not a swarthy skin with a big lips, big nose, right? Like we see black people, quote unquote Negroes today, right? Furthermore, this, Caucasian can apply to people with dark skin and woolly hair. So when you see the term Negro and Caucasian historically before the 19th century, it has a totally different interpretation than we have today. So you have to be careful as historians and apologists we have to play semantics or be pedantic with history, right? But let's go for it. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that before I go for
You good, bro. Keep building.
Okay. So carbon dating. Let's talk carbon dating, which a lot of Afrocentrics use. Carbon dating. It was designed by a guy named Wade F. Libby. Carbon dating has been debunked. How so? For him to use carbon dating, he'd have to know. One second. Sorry, somebody was calling me. Okay. So Wade F. Libby is the one who came up with carbon dating. He designed carbon dating, Wade F. Libby, right? So to substantiate carbon dating, you'd have to know how much C4, one second. me drop off and come right back. 1 second.
All right, so the brother had to jump off. It sounds like the same old. Hopefully he gonna put a new spin on it. We will see, but right now it sounded like the same talking points. But you know, that's my,
Man,
go ahead, Rocky.
and I'm just gonna say, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I'm sitting in a whip. I'm trying to like listen and keep up. So, minutes for bro talk hella fast.
You sound a little robotic, Rocky. Hold on real quick. Let me go ahead now. I don't know if that
I'm gonna go into a better signal right now.
yeah, you sound real robotic. Go out and come back in if you can. All right, family, we waiting on Rabbi Lewis to come back. Hold tight. He actually calling me now. Hold on. All right, we got the brothers back.
Hello?
You there, Rabbi?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, guys. I fell off. Someone was calling me. I had to call him. Sorry about the dead air, guy. I don't know if you had dead air.
All right, go ahead and continue, bro.
Okay. Is the other brother still here?
You still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sorry, guys. Someone kept calling me.
He just waiting on you to dig yourself a ditch so he can throw the dirt on you.
Oh, man.
But go ahead. We're going to go back on mute.
All right. So like I was saying, Word of Libby came up with carbon dating. For him to substantiate that, he would have to know how much C4 was in the atmosphere at the beginning of time. So the reason why carbon dating is false is because Word of Libby would have had to have known how much C4 was in the atmosphere at the beginning of creation, which of course he can't prove. So that's bogus. All right, let's keep going. Let's talk anachronisms before I go into the topic. Because there are anachronisms in the Torah, which is relevant to the topic, right? So I'll give you some contradictions. Rebecca falls off a camel. There were no camels back then domesticated that far back historically. So these stories are obviously written later historically, probably around the time of King David, the 8th, 7th century, opposed to when it said it was written, because there were no camels domesticated that far back historically. So we can text me.
Okay, Rabbi Lewis, real quick.
Sure.
Are you proving Hebrew Israelism? For lack of a better term, I don't know what else to call it. Or are you going against it? I'm like, where we at? Because it almost sounds like you're going against it by saying that there are anachronisms in the Torah. Your position is that we are the biblical Israelites. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, I agree. African Americans are Israelites. Yeah, I'm going to get to that tonight.
Okay. So
sure.
African Americans are the Israelites. So now, why are you saying that there are anachronisms in the Torah? Don't Israelites stand on the Torah?
Correct. Well, I'm a Muslim. I took my Shahada because there's issues with the Bible. Now, it's like to throw the baby with the bathwater, or as you would say, compare apples to oranges, because Allah has granted me sabr. Sabr means patience. So I believe the Bible has been tampered with. However, yeah, that makes sense. So
just so we clear, you're an Israelite
Yes.
by birth,
Correct.
but you're a Muslim by that. Islam is your spiritual tradition.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
So you reject
Parts
the
of the Torah. Yeah.
religion of your people.
Yeah, I reject parts of the Torah and the writings and the prophets as
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is
So
why
I got
Muhammad.
a question for you real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Rabbi Lewis, real quick. So so you're Jewish?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So now I'm just curious, because the consensus says about the Quran,
Oh, brother, you breaking
it
up.
was a messianic Jew.
Okay, I can
Can
hear
y'all
you.
hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Can you
Yes,
hear
I
me?
can hear you now.
All right. And there was some messianic Jews. They were what we would consider Christian, but it was so early Christian that it would look nothing like what they follow today. It looked more like Islam that are responsible for writing the text of the Torah. And I'm curious, is you being Jewish but saying you're Muslim have anything to do with that, with the relation between those two religions?
Certainly. So I remember I know a guy from One West, the Hebrew Israelite camp One West from the New York City, Harlem, in the 1970s and 60s. They had a school called One West, and he was telling me after 2000, they were teaching that Jesus will return, peace be upon him, in the year 2000. You're familiar with that, right?
Yeah, I've heard. I heard them say that.
So the dude from, I'm not gonna say his name, but he's from One West. He was telling me, Luke, he was back at the old school. He was telling me, yo, Luke, man, we used to wear unks. Like unk is like a Egyptian symbol of worship on our garments, because they were teaching that the Israelites were the Hyksos, which is not historical. So I want to get into that before I get into my, but to address what you said directly, it's something called the Jdp Hypothesis. You're familiar with that, right?
Go into it. What's the Jdp hypothesis?
So essentially, the J represents the Yahwehs. The Masoretic scribes tried to put Yahweh into history earlier than he actually existed. So, for example, the word Judah means praise Yahweh, right? But that etymology has been contested by scholars like Edward Lubinsky, who said it comes from the Arabic word cleft or raven. So Yehuda, according biblically, means to praise Yahweh, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, but that's been proved to be a root or fallacy. It actually means like a cleft or like a raven, like a bird. So the Yahwehs tried to go in history and placate Yahweh, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, Tetragrammaton's name in history before the Jews know who he was. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Oh, continue to get to the answer to the question.
So, and I talked to Garth about this from Dagger Spot. I don't want to plug that guy, but yeah, about this. But anyway, I agree with him that Jacob.
Hey, Garfield is our man. So plug away.
Yeah,
Shout out to brother
okay.
Garfield.
Yeah, I agree with him that Jacob was the eponym. I agree with him that Jacob was an eponomic name, meaning the idea that there was a guy named Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob had 12 sons is mythological. I would agree with that.
Be careful though. Don't disrespect. Be careful.
So I agree that Jacob, as being the progenitor of the 12 tribes, that the stories are made up stories. But of course, okay, go ahead. Yeah, so the Yahwehs tried to put Yahweh back into history, farther back than when he actually was stretched to. Exodus 6:3 says, it says I revealed my name to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob by my name El Shaddai, but my name Yahweh was not known to them, meaning they didn't know who Yahweh was. So the Yahweh tried to put him into ancient history. The D represents Deuteronomus, E represents the Eloist, and the P represents, what's the P represent? I forgot. It's called the Jdp Hypothesis. For example, and I use the floor, if I could. For example, there's a mountain called Mount Moriah. It has Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh's name in it. So the scholars say, look, that proves they worship Yahweh because there's a mountain named after Yahweh during the time of Moses, right? You with me?
Go ahead, bro.
So the mountain is called Mount Moriah, Lewis. That proves Yahweh was being worshipped because the name Moriah means mountain of Yahweh. Yodhe. Well, if you look at that verse in the Latin Vulgate or the Peshitta or the what do you call that? The Latin Vulgate. What's the other version of the book? It's a couple other translations as well. The mission, I believe. Let me pull it out real quick. I got it in my presentation, but the name Moriah is not there in the original Bibles. Yeah, even the Septuagint, which is the oldest Bible we have, right? You agree with that? The Septuagint is the oldest Bible.
I just need you to answer my question
Yeah, so
before
the
I answer any of
Septuagint, the
your
LXX
questions.
is the oldest Bible we have, and the word Moriah is not in there. In Second Chronicles, and also and what's the other? It's in Second Chronicles 30. It's another verse that says Moriah, but in the Septuagint, the word Moriah is not even there. So obviously the Yahwehs put that into the text. I can say a lot more, but I'll let somebody.
I don't even know what you just said, my boy. I don't even know what that was. But I don't know if y'all can hear me clearly. I don't know if you can hear me clearly, Piaki.
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
I'm just laughing, bro, because this nigga still late. My man, Rabbi Lewis, said, ain't he answered the question. He talked about the hypothesis.
He avoided the hell out that mug.
Bro, I am familiar with he talking about the Elohist, the Yahwist, and all that. I'm familiar with that. He explained it incorrectly too, but I ain't even gonna get into that. I just want my boy to answer the question.
Hey, he avoided that. I don't know if that was a Sugar Ray
That was a Floyd Mayweather.
Floyd Mayweather. There you go.
Floyd.
I'm like, whoa, he was not trying. Hey, Rabbi, is you gonna answer that man's question?
Repeat your question. Maybe I misheard it. I didn't mean to be rude, or I have decorum. So repeat your question. Maybe I missed it.
Okay. I asked you because you say you're Jewish and that you're Islam or that you're a Muslim, and I'm curious because the consensus says it was some Messianic Jews who were responsible for scribing the Torah, and like, does that have any impact
The Torah, you
in
mean the Quran?
relation to Islam? I'm sorry, the Quran. Yeah, my bad.
Okay,
I was trying to say the Quran.
Okay.
Does that have any impact on your relationship with Islam if you say you're Jewish and you're a rabbi? I mean, you're Jewish and you're a Muslim. You know what I mean? So I'm curious about that because it's kind of ironic, don't you think?
Okay, I got your question. I actually have to correct you because I know you. I understood your line of reasoning skills. I know you're trying to say Quran, but you said Torah, correct?
Yeah, I was trying to say Quran, bro.
Yeah, I figured that. So, no sweat off my brow. I don't know. I've heard that claim. It's no sweat off my brow. This is really matter to me. Not really relevant. Whether or not it was Messianic Jews who wrote the glorious Quran or not, I don't understand how that's relevant. I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus existed. So I don't know how that's relevant to the topic. Maybe you can enlighten us.
I was just asking you a question on your background because you began this with your background. And when you answered Brother Piaki's question and said you were Jewish, it made me curious because it's a funny situation. That's all. I wasn't asking a super deep question.
Explain how it's quote unquote funny.
It's funny, right? Because it's kind of ironic that you say you're a Jewish and that you're a Muslim. And the Jews, the Messianic Jews, are responsible for scribing the Quran. That's kind of funny. It's ironic.
Okay. Right. So what year was this? What year was the scribe take place? According to your research.
I can't say off the top of my head. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
Be careful, Rabbi Lewis. The young Rocky is no joke. Don't mess around and get buried, and before you know it, you're trying to crawl up out of grave you ain't realize you was in.
Like late 6th, early 7th century. I say 7th century, more towards 7th century.
Okay, what's your source for this? What's the name of the scholar book? So we can look it up.
The Encyclopedia Britannica.
Britannica, really? Can you give me the quote for Britannica and what page?
I can post the link.
Each Britannica quite a bit, so should have.
I can just read it to you if you
Yeah,
want
sure.
me
Go
to,
ahead.
bro.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, please.
2 leaves from a Quran manuscript that is believed to be amongst the oldest Quran texts in the world. Radiocarbon analysis in 2015 dated the parchment on which the text is written to the late 6th or early 7th century.
Right.
It is by Nikolai. It's by Nikolai Sinai.
What's the name of the oldest Quranic manuscript?
In the back chat or what?
Yeah. Matter of fact, drop it in the back chat.
I mean like the private chat on Zoom.
Yo, brother, what's the old?
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Drop it in the private chat. That's cool.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
What's the name of the oldest Quranic manuscript, brother Rocky?
Let's get into it. Let's see. Let's read this whole thing out and let's see. Cause I can't tell you. I don't know off the top of my head. I ain't gonna hold you.
It's the Birmingham Quran manuscript. It's the oldest we have.
Okay.
The Birmingham Quran manuscript, which is there's another early text called the what's it called? The Blue Scroll. Was it the Silver Scrolls? Hold on.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's
but
called the
Encyclopedia Britannica says it was written in the 6th and 7th century. To answer your question.
So like I was saying, the Blue Quran is one of the earliest Qurans we have, called the Blue Quran. But the earliest we have is actually called the Birmingham Quran manuscript, which is dated to 6th, 7th century. You there? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, so the 6th or 7th century. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's called the Birmingham Quran, and the other one is called the Blue Quran. Those are the 2 oldest Qurans we have. So let's go for it. We could, yeah. Pianki, can I continue?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. What about you, Rock?
Nah. I don't got no questions. That's all for right now.
Go ahead, bro. Okay. So let's put the Hyksos not the Israelites. The Hyksos left Egypt in 1555 BCE. The Israelites left in 1446 under Amenhotep II. So the Hyksos left under Akhmos, correct? Would you guys agree?
I agree.
So the Hyksos got expelled from Egypt in 1555 to 1550 BCE. The Israelites got pushed out after Amenhotep II in 1446. So they obviously can't be the Hyksos. So
hold on. So you said the Israelites got pushed out under who?
Amenhotep II. Also known as Amenhotep II.
What's your source for that?
Patterns of the Exodus by who did that document? Patterns of the Exodus by who the guy? Can't what it's called. The Patterns of the Exodus. Give me what it. Patterns of the Exodus by filmmaker Tim Mahoney. He travels the globe in search of archaeological evidence of the Exodus.
You're talking too fast. By who?
Tim Mahoney and Kevin Sorbo. So Tim Mahoney travels the globe in search of archaeological evidence that the Exodus in the Old Testament actually occurred, right? So according to Patterns of the Exodus, go ahead, bro.
So you standing on this one dude opinion, because that movie was garbage, bro. And according to the Bible, it just says Pharaoh. So like my point is, we don't know who the Pharaoh was that supposedly pushed the Israelites out. I don't, because the Bible don't name a Pharaoh, and the reason it don't name one is because it know that's not a historical event. So for you to name a Pharaoh, to me, is balderdash, because the source material, being the Bible, can't name one, this dude who you named, his movie was trash. And so I'm asking, do you have another source? What was
Sure.
his source?
Sure.
You talking about the movie, dude?
Yeah.
It's not a movie. It's a documentary. It's a documentary on evidence, empirical evidence for the Exodus. It's not a movie. It's a documentary.
Come on, bro. That movie was trash, bro.
Well, okay.
That
So
dude
can I
got
respond? If I
exposed.
could respond to that.
That hold on, real quick though. That dude
Sure.
got exposed as a fraud years ago. You got Christians who got a stake in the Exodus being historical that came out because they was being honest. That came out and said, dude is a fraud. So I'm just saying, do you have something else besides Homeboy movie?
Yes. So I don't believe the
Okay.
1446 date. That's the consensus of scholars. I believe personally that the Israelites left in 1550. 1550. So the Hyksos.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So
Sure,
the Israelites, and whether it was 1445, whether it was 1550, let me ask you this: where did they go? You saying they went to Canaan?
Okay, so let me address that after I address this. So the Hyksos were Amalekites. That's why they had Semitic names. So people say, they found a cartouche with the name Jacob on it, Jacob Baal. They say, look, the Hyksos had Semitic names, therefore they were Israelites. Well, at the time, historically, no Israelite would ever call himself Baal because that was a pagan god, and they were devout Jews. So the Hyksos were Amalekites. They were ruling over the Israelites in the forest. That's why most of the hands they found were Jewish hands flailed off, and most of the grave sites were children, which aligns it with the Exodus story where Pharaoh had all the children, Hebrew babies killed, male babies killed. You familiar with that, right?
Okay.
So my stance, me personally, what I feel like, Apepi was the Pharaoh. Apepi was the Pharaoh of the Exodus. Apepi was the Hyksos, the last Hyksos Pharaoh. Apepi. My opinion is the Israelites left in 1550, 1555, and then the 1550 and the Hyksos left in 1555. So my opinion is that the Hyksos were actually the pharaohs of Egypt over the Israelites, not the native Egyptians. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, there's the Israelites were slaves under the Hyksos and the Avaris, not the native Egyptians who were, the native Egyptians. They were slaves under the Hyksos, So I believe the Israelites left in 1550, not 1440, but still, the Hyksos are not the Israelites.
Okay, I hear you, and that's what's up. So this is my issue, and then I'm gonna let you and Rocky. I'm gonna let y'all rock out and mute my mic. So my issue is, again, this is not a historical event. The source that names this event does not name a pharaoh because it couldn't. Like even in the story of Joseph, it don't name a pharaoh. In the story of the Exodus, which had two pharaohs, it don't name a pharaoh. So all I'm saying is we can't just start ascribing different nasuts to this story. And so my point being, whether you say it's in the 1400s or the 1500s, if they went to Canaan, they was just jumping from the frying pan into the fire because Kemet ruled Canaan for 450 years. So running from Kemet to Canaan would have been the dumbest thing they could possibly do because they still was going to Kemet.
No, that's incorrect, actually. That's incorrect.
It's not incorrect. It's not
Let me address that. Let me respond to that.
Bro, it's not incorrect, though.
Of course it is. Let me respond to that.
Kemet didn't rule Canaan for 450 years.
Of course they did. Of course they did. But let me respond to that.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, we have the Amarna letters where the Canaanites were sending letters to the Egyptians saying, yo, we got these Habaru people coming into our land and taking our stuff. We need help. So, of course, the Egyptians were ruling Canaan at the time, but they sent the Amarna letters. They were sending letters to the Egyptians because those are the taskmasters, correct?
Okay.
So the Amarna letters, you read the Amarna letters.
So you're talking about the Amu or the Sea people? They weren't the Israelites, though.
No, I said the Habru were the Israelites. Like, despite
Right,
the fact that, go ahead.
right, those people weren't. But we still talking about different people though.
No, well, let me slow it down. The Amarna letters was about Canaanites sending letters to the Egyptians saying, "Yo, we got these Hebrew people coming in our land and taking our stuff." So they
No,
was asking for help.
we can't make Habru Hebrew, bro. Like that's what we doing. So now Habru means Hebrew.
So you got scholars like Gary Greenberg who disagree. He wrote the book Moses Mystery. He disagrees with that.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Does Habru mean Hebrew?
Yeah. The Hebrew people, the Hebrew people. Yeah. The minor letters explains that in detail.
All right.
So as far as the 14th century date, I disagree with that date. Go
ahead, man.
Yeah, I believe the Israelites.
I'm muting and letting y'all rock out. Rocky, if you have any questions, I'll let the brother, and then I'm gonna fall back.
Okay, so I believe the Israelites left in 1550, not 1446, but then Hicks up in 1555. All right, let's go for it. Unless Brother Rocky wants to respond.
I'm good on this one, my boy. You can go ahead and keep going. I think Bianchi said enough.
Okay, so the biblical book Genesis lists the sons of the Israelite patriarch Jacob as Reuben. Reuben was the firstborn. He didn't get the inheritance because he slept with his fathers, so he went to Judah, the fourthborn. But in order, Jacob's sons was Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, right? The first 6 sons were from his wife Leah. The second 2 set of sons were from his wife Rachel. The third set of 2 sons was from the concubine Bilhah. And the fourth set of 2 sons was from the concubine Zilpah. So Jacob had 4 wives, right? It may surprise people who read that to learn that most of these sons of Jacob were not Hebrews, right? So let's get to some etymology of the 12 sons of Jacob, the actual etymology. Judah actually means Yah is the God Wad. Originated with the Midian and Midianite tribal confederation where both Yah and Wad were worshipped. So Judah actually means Yah is Wad. Wad means it was actually a god, another god beside Yah. So his name actually means Yah is Wad. Reuben, the firstborn son, name actually means son of Ra. So Reuben, the first son, his name was Egyptian. That means son of Ra. It was modified to mean behold a son, but it means son of Ra, right? Benjamin means sons of the south, which was a designation for Edom. So it's ironically Benjaminites were Edomites. Let's go for it. So Goliath and Samuel has on chainmail, right? Chainmail didn't exist back then when Goliath lived, so that's an anachronism. Because Samuel says that Goliath had on chainmail, which there was no chainmail when he existed. All right, so I'm ready to dive into tonight's topic. That's okay, Bianchi? Who are the Israelites?
Yes, sir.
So let's dive in. Hosea chapter 1 is a narrative where the master Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh tells Hosea that his wife was going to have sons, right? So verse 5. And it shall come to pass on that day that I will break the bow of Israel in the valley of Jezreel. And she conceived again. Hosea had daughters and bore a daughter. And God said unto him, call her name Lorama, for I will no more have mercy upon the house of Israel, the northern tribes. So after Solomon died, the kingdom was split into 2 northern and southern kingdom. The 10 tribes were known as the northern kingdom, and the southern kingdom was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. So let's read on. But I will utterly take them away. But I will have mercy upon the house of Judah, and will save them by the Lord their God. And will not save them by the bow, nor by sword, nor by battle, by horses, nor by horsemen. Verse 8. And when she had weaned Loruma, she conceived and bore a son, right? So Hoseia's wife had a son after this. In verse 9, they said, God, why we said, call his name, no, name him. Lo Ami. If you are not my people, I will not be your God, right? Here's the mystery who the Gentiles are in the New Testament. The New Testament, Gentiles are the northern tribes. Because Hashem and Hosea told Hosea, you're going to have a son named Lo Ami, which is a signet ring of the northern tribes no longer being God's people, right? So that's the mystery of who the Gentiles are in the New Testament you're going to be proving today. That's why in the New Testament there's two names for Gentile, which is ethnos and Helen. Helen are Jews who were speaking Greek, and ethnos are actual non-Jews. So there's two words for Gentile. One second. There's two words for Gentile in the New Testament, ethnos and Helen. One is a Greek-speaking Israelite. Ethnos can apply to actual Gentiles. So let's go for there were three temples. There was the Temple of Solomon, then he has Zerubbabel's temple, also known as Simon's temple. And you had Herod's temple. Now we have the temple of the Holy Spirit. There will be a future Ezekiel's temple. Of all these temples, the only one that had a woman's court and a Gentile court was Herod's temple. So Herod wasn't Edomite, was placed on the throne of David by the Romans. His name was King Herod. So he had his own temple that he built after Zerubbabel's temple got destroyed. So his temple had a court for the Gentiles. You know, Ezra chapter 4, after the Babylonian exile, Cyrus sent the Jews back to the land. And sent them back to go build the temple. So in Ezra chapter 4, some Gentiles came and was like, yo, we were worshiping your God, the way you worship your God. Can we come help you build the temple? And they were like, hell no, you know. But if you do some research, these were the northern tribes. So the Gentiles in Ezra 4, where it says, you have nothing to do with us to build our temple, actually not Gentiles, they were northern tribes, which will be proven tonight. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
So Paul of Tarsus tried to bring a Greek into the inner court named Trophimus. The Jews tried to stone him against the Torah. You can't bring a Gentile into the inner court. The outer court is given to the Gentiles. Okay. Jesus said in Matthew 15:24, I am not sent but to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Matthew 10:6, he told the apostles, go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. They'll go into the way of the Gentiles. James 1:1 says, James, the servant of God, knows Jesus Christ to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. So Jesus was only sent to the lost sheep. Okay. When King Cyrus permitted the Jews to return from the Babylonian exile, the Samaritans were ready to welcome them back. However, the exiles of Judah despised the Samaritans as renegades, right? When the Samaritans wanted to join in rebuilding the temple of Jerusalem, their assistance was rejected. You'll find this in the book of Ezra, chapter 4, that I just quoted. With the rejection came political hostility and opposition. The Samaritans tried to undermine the Jews with their Persian rulers and slowed the rebuilding of Jerusalem and its temple. Nehemiah tells us in Nehemiah chapter 13 that the grandson of the high priest Elishabib had married the daughter of Sanballat, the governor of the province of Samaria, who defined the priesthood by marrying a non-Jewish woman. So at this point, historically, the northern and southern tribes were the northern tribes were considered Gentiles. Nehemiah drove Elishabib from Jerusalem, though Celibat was the worship of Yahweh. According to the historian Josephus, Sanballat then had a temple built on Mount Gerizim, which his son-in-law Elisha could function. Apparently, this is when the full break between Jews and Samaritans took place, right? So this is when the Jews in northern tribes totally went against each other. The Samaritans who had resisted paganism developed their own version of worship using only the Pentateuch and rejecting all the other Old Testament writings. So the northern tribes rejected the writings and the prophets, only dealt with the Torah, right? You guys hear me?
We hear, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. In 128 BCE, the leader of Judea, John Hyrcanus, who was a Levite on the throne of David, which makes no sense, completely destroyed the Samaritan capital. The Samaritans rebuilt it 100 years later and continued their blasphemous sacrifices. Samaritans, the northern tribes, were known to lie in wait for Jews traveling from Galilee to Jerusalem for the feast days. Sometimes these attacks escalated to death. In at least one instance, Rome intervened, right? As a result, Galileans, except for Jesus, used the longer route on the other side of the Jordan. The ruling Roman legions could hardly distinguish Jews from Samaritans, but that didn't keep the two groups from using Rome against each other, right? Some Samaritan men would enlist in the Roman auxiliary troops for a chance to legally harass the Jewish neighbors. Both groups are said to have bribed Roman soldiers to persecute the other. Jesus, keeping this long-running feud in mind, Jesus' contact with the Samaritan woman at the well was not only surprising, it was shocking. And this parable of the Good Samaritan was not a gentle story, but a stinging insult of the Pharisees. So, yeah. All right. Let's go further. The Bible says that in James chapter 5 that the last king of Babylon was Belshazzar. It was actually his father Nabonidus. So the Bible says in James chapter 5 that the last pharaoh, the last king of Egypt was Belshazzar before Cyrus appointed Darius. You guys familiar with that, right? The meat. You guys familiar with Darius the Mede, right? Who was appointed by King Cyrus. You guys there?
I'm familiar with the story. I'm not familiar with a historical person.
Yeah, so the scholars say the last king of Babylon was actually Nabonidus, but the Bible says it was Belshazzar. Contradiction. But anyway, okay, let's go forth. If I could, inshallah. Let's talk about who are the Jews today, right? All right. Historical sources have unequivocally identified the bulk of the Ashkenazi Jews. There's two sets of Jews historically, Ashkenazi and Sephardim, right? So let's prove that Ashkenazi Jews are not Israelites, they're converts. Historical sources have unequivocally identified the bulk of Ashkenazi Jews derived from people called the Khazars. The original Jewish encyclopedia of 1905 says the main stocks of Jews came from this Asiatic people known as the Khazars, right? Called the original encyclopedia of 1905. The Khazars were nomadic people who had no traces of Hebraic culture. They had been following a pagan and sex-oriented religion until they had officially embraced Judaism in 740 AD, right? So in 740.
Hey, Rabbi Lewis.
Sure, go ahead.
I got to stop you. My elder, the esteemed brother Ray, want to know what year was the war and what was the location and date that you referring to?
Which war are you speaking of? I'm sorry. Yeah, I said a bunch.
The one you was just talking about.
War between the Samaritans or the Khazars?
Just give me both of them, just in case.
I'm not sure what ask me particularly what he's asking for because I don't know what he's asking.
Okay, you just referenced a war, right?
Yeah, ask him which war he's speaking of. So I'll read it again if he wants to know.
You forgot what you said?
No, I remember what I said. I don't know what which part he was asking. But while he's doing that, I'll keep reading. Okay, in 740 AD, the Khazarians converted to Judaism, right? By rejecting Christianity and Mohammedanism. The Jewish author in the story, Arthur Koestler, or the Book 13 tribe, he was a Jew who found out he was a convert. Also concludes that the majority of Eastern European Jews, and hence a world Jewry, is of Khazar and of not Semitic origin. So the Khazars not even Semitic, they're from Jaffa, right? It's one of the sons of Noah. In the beginning of his book, he states, and I quote, the largest majority of surviving Jews in the world is of Eastern Europe and of Khazar origin. If so, this would mean that their ancestors came not from Jordan, but from Volga, not from Canaan, but from Caucasus, and that genetically they are more closely related to the Hun and Mughal tribes than the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right?
All right, bro. He actually said both.
Okay. Koestler then actually which one he was talking about with the Samaritans, but I'll keep reading my answer.
He said both of them. You spoke of two of them. He said both
Okay.
wars.
Let me go back. This is 128 BC. This is the 128 BCE. The leader of Judea, John Hyrcanus, completely destroyed the Samaritan capital, the northern tribes. The Samaritans rebuilt it 100 years later and continued their blasphemous sacrifice. Because you can't sacrifice anywhere but Jerusalem. Samaritans were known to lie in wait for Jews traveling from Galilee for the feast days. Sometimes the attacks equal death. Yeah. So this is 128 BC when they completely destroyed the Samaritans. All right, back on topic. What was I saying? Colston then devotes the remainder of his 255-page book to prove this premise. Wait, instant. 1 second.
You good, bro?
Yeah, excuse me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Take a drink 1 second. Okay, so Colston then devotes the remainder of his 255-page book to prove this premise. For instance, a recorded of a letter by Khazar King Khazar, shows that he traced his people to Noah's son Japheth, not Shem, and to Japheth's grandson Togarmah. So the king of Khazar said he was Japhetic through the line of Togarmah. He was not a Shemitic at all. The ancestors of the Turkish tribes. The Khazar government was destroyed by the Slavs of Russia in 1016 AD. So the Khazarian government was destroyed by the Slavs of Russia in 1016 AD. They converted in 740. Around 1200 AD, the land was invaded by the hordes of Genghis Khan. These two events caused the arsenal of the Khazars to migrate to Poland and Western Russia, forming the cradle of Western Jewry. There's an abundance of ancient place names in the Ukraine and Poland, which derive from Khazar or Zid, which means Jew, right? As the Khazars left their homeland of Khazaria and migrated north and west, lost the name and became known as Jews. So the modern Jews, most of them are Khazarians, who got misplaced by Genghis Khan, who went to different parts of the world, right? The main part of Jewry never was in Judea and had never came out of Judea, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia. The original stock of the Khazars came from the land of Edom. So the Jewish Encyclopedia says the Khazars were not Japhetic, but they actually were Edomites, right? Yes, we don't. Hazia bin Shaput, who was former foreign minister to Abd al-Rahman, Sultan of Cordova, and instead of the king Joseph, the Khazars were. You guys there?
Go ahead, bro. We trying to mute so you can rock out.
Yeah, Hazia bin Shaput was foreign minister to Abd al-Rahman, Sultan of Cordova. Hazia bin Shaput was a black Jew from Spain. And instead of the king Joseph, the Khazars, around 960, they converted in 740. Speaks of the tradition according to which the Khazars once dwelt near the Seir Mountains. The Seir Mountains are none other than the original land of Esau. So there was a tradition that the Khazars came from Mount Seir, which the Edomites were from. This dwelt Esau, Mount Seir, Genesis 36 and 8 for proof. Seir was a mountain range south of the Dead Sea and was also known as the land of Edom, Genesis 36:21. The Seir Mountains were the home of the Edomites for nearly a millennium. Thus, it should be no surprise that the migrants from that land will recall the name of their original homeland. If the Khazars did originally dwell near the Seir Mountains, then the Khazars in the dust of war Jewry are racially of the Edomite stock. But how and when did the Edomites get to Khazaria, right? When did they go to Russia, right? Edomites. There's evidence that in the 6th century BC, some of the Edomites fled the homeland of Seir and migrate south after the fall of Jerusalem in 586, right? At the Babylonians. So they went there after the Babylonian exile. The Edomites began to press northward, Ezekiel 36 and 5 for proof. They extended ultimate destination. This northward trek is not found in history, but it's likely that it brought some Edomites to the region of Khazaria. The Edomites were also cast out of Palestine and dispersed in different directions in 70 AD when the Romans sacked Jerusalem. Many thousands of these people are known to have migrated north to Asia Minor and back to the Black Sea region. Just do Encyclopedia volume 6. Okay. The final remainder of the Judah nation, which includes some of the tribe of Benjamin, Levi, and Simeon, were taken captive by Nebuchadnezzar in our 7-year captivity of Babylon, king of Babylon. But at the same time, Edom was also put under Babylonian rule, causing some Edomites to be brought to Babylon. Jeremiah 27, 2-7. The Persia overthrew Babylon, King Cyrus was the Greek, right? The Senate Jews, right? Okay. The book of Jubilee says that Esau will gain dominion over Jacob. Esau will come and sin unto death, and all his seed shall be rooted out from under heaven. Here we have the extermination of the entire group of people, the Edomites, right? So the Jubilee says in chapter 26, verse 35, in the last days, the Edomites will be eradicated completely. So some perspective. King Saul was the first king of Israel. He was a Benjaminite. Hashem told him to wipe out the Amalekites from Edom. He didn't do it. He brought some back. Hashem had issues with him. He tried to go to the witch of Endor to get some spiritual insight after King Saul, after Samuel died. Hashem had cut him off, whatever, and he died a terrible death. He has 2 different deaths. One there that says the Edomite boy killed him on the battlefield. The other narrative was he committed suicide. His guard killed him. So there's 2 different conflicting stories. So he actually, Hashem told him to wipe out the Amalekites. He chose not to. He brought some captives back. The masters were upset with him. What else can I say? I have a lot more to say, but so in a nutshell, the modern day Jews are a mix of Edomites and Japhetic Khazarians. Most of them are Edomites or Japhetic Khazarians. The Edomites went to Khazaria as I just proved. After the Babylonian exile in 6th century BC, they went to Khazaria. They were Edomites, who were displaced in Mount Seir. So the modern day Jews are, in fact, Khazarians and Edomites. You guys there?
Yes, sir.
They're Khazarians
So
and Edomites. Go ahead.
So how did they replace y'all?
Yeah. So there's a scholar named Lenore E. Burson. It was a white lady from the 1970s. She died in the 70s, I believe. She was a renowned academic of her time. She said in her book, the book is called The Negro and the Jew. She said, paraphrase, she said, the Negro claim to be Jewish is legitimate. So she said that the claim that Negroes are Jewish is a legitimate claim. She goes on to say a lot of the slaves from the slave trade, transatlantic slave trade, were actually Jews exiled from Spain. So the Jews got kicked out of Spain by King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. They went to West Africa in right before this, around 1500s, mid 1500s. Go ahead.
You know, those are some white Jews, though, my boy.
Well, I'll address that. Yeah, so they were displaced in Africa, according to the Lenore Burson's work, the Negro and the Jew. So they got kicked out of Spain in 1492. They relocated to parts of Africa, particularly West Africa. And then when the transatlantic slave trade set off, a lot of them got caught up in the slave trade and were brought to the Americas. So she was saying a lot of the slaves from the slave trade were Jews exiled from Spain. They were not native Africans to the west coast of Africa. So she goes on to say that the Negro claim to be Jewish is legitimate because most of the slaves from the transatlantic slave trade to the Americas were Jews from Spain. So, and obviously they were black. I mean, we could, if you want to say they weren't black, we can certainly vet that now. I had a lot more to say, but that will conclude this part of
it. Okay. Rocky, it's on you.
I'm in the store shopping right now. I'm in the middle of Publix, but so bro been saying a whole bunch, and he still ain't really said nothing solid enough to prove his point. I really been listening, you feel me? But I want him to do his whole presentation. I don't want him to, like, after every section stop and ask me a question. I want you to do your whole presentation.
Yeah, my bro got a thing where I guess he just want to make sure we paying attention to what he's saying or something. I don't know, but he do that quite often. Like, y'all with me? You still there? I don't know if that's a Toastmaster thing. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I get it. But you said you had more to say, Rabbi Lewis. You wanna go ahead and finish it, or you want to get into?
Sure. Yeah, I'll finish it. Thank you. Excuse me. So during 2868, it says Hashem said you should be brought back into Egypt again on ships. This was a transatlantic slave trade. Well, no, Lewis doesn't mean that. Well, let's prove that. So Hashem in Deuteronomy 28 told Moses, if your people keep the Torah, I will bless them. If they don't, I will curse them and scatter amongst the Gentiles and put them in slavery under other nations, right? So Deuteronomy 28 gives the curses through 15 through 68, the curses that the 12 tribes would fall under for transgressing the Torah. One of the main curse was to be scattered amongst the Gentiles and go into slavery again on slave ships. So this happened under the transatlantic slave trade when the Israelites went to West Africa from Spain, in different Portugal, and they went to West Africa and got caught in the slave trade. This is the fulfillment of that prophecy. So let's prove that. Well, the Israelites went back into actual Egypt on ships after 70 AD. That's true, but that's not what this is talking about. Let's prove that. So in the book of Daniel, there's a prophecy that said that there'll be a guy who will come in the middle of the week and cause the oblation and sacrifice of Moses to cease. So this is a twofold prophecy. This happened under Antiochus Epiphanes when he came to Israel in the middle of the week, and he put the pig on the altar. It's called the Abomination of Desolation under Antiochus Epiphanes. This is a double fulfillment of when Jesus died on the cross, and it was twofold. It's called Pardes in Judaism. There's different levels of interpreting the Torah. It's called Pardes, which is like different levels of exegesis. So this was a double fulfillment when it says the God would come in the middle of the week and cause the sacrifice oblation to cease. This happened under Antiochus Epiphanes, literally, when he came to Jerusalem and put the pig on the altar on December 25th. This is a double fulfillment spiritually of Jesus himself dying for our sins and causing the sacrificial law to cease of Moses. So when you see it says back into Egypt again with ships, there's a double fulfillment. It was a literal fulfillment of this. And there was a spiritual fulfillment of spiritual Egypt, meaning bondage, and Jordan translated slave trade. So
where can you show me that Egypt means bondage?
Sure. So there's something called the Bible Study Tools. There's actually a book I read called Your Pastor Has Lied to You, right? Excellent read. It's on Amazon for like $4. You got to read this book.
Here's why I'm asking, because
sure.
Egypt is just a Hellenized word for Kemet, right?
Yes.
And so, are we saying Kemet means bondage?
Mm-hmm.
Because when the Israelites would have been enslaved, the name of the country would have been called Kemet, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And
or Tamaray.
Right, or Smatawi, whatever you want to, So cool. Yeah. But so are we saying all of those things mean so Smatawi, Tamaray, Kemet, do they mean bondage? Because Egypt is just a Hellenized word for those words. So
yes,
do those words mean bondage as well?
Sure, if I can respond to that.
Go ahead.
So it's a book called I read a book called Your Pastor's Lied to You. I believe it's called Your Pastor's Lied to You. Excellent read if you're a Christian. You're coming out of Christianity. Actually, the book was like $5 when I read it, right? Good read. He shows in his work how, I forgot his name, this is a scholar. The Bible Study Tool says that, in the Bible, it says that the Bible Study Tool, it says, right? I'm paraphrasing. 1 second. The equation to Egypt with bondage became foundational to the Hebrew people. Let's say that again. The Bible Study Tool says the equation of Egypt with bondage became foundational to the Hebrew people. So what he's saying is, the One West Camps got it right. When it says that Egypt represents bondage, because the Israelites always equated Egypt to bondage, a spiritual term for bondage. And this is in the Bible Study Tool. Say it one more time. So those who are slow in the back of the classroom. The Hebrew people, it became foundation to the Hebrew people to equate Egypt to bondage. So the Israelites always looked at Egypt as synonymous with bondage. So when it says you should go back into Egypt again with ships, it's talking about an actual fulfillment of that. And actually, there's a spiritual salt, because it's called Pardes. Different those exegeting Torah. You have salt, which means the hidden interpretation. You have a literal interpretation. So there's different levels of exegeting the Torah. So when it says back to Egypt, the salt, or the hidden meaning in Hebrew, salt in Hebrew means hidden. The salt meaning of that is a spiritual Egypt. Now, there was a literal Egypt we went back to, but there was a spiritual Egypt as well.
Okay, I heard you. Go ahead.
Yes, certainly. So in Genesis chapter, without being too long with it, Genesis 13 says that Abraham went south when he left Kemet. If you look what's south of Kemet, he went Sudan. Would you agree with that? South of Egypt is Sudan. Would you agree?
Sure.
So the Bible said, the Torah says that Abraham, peace be upon him, went south. Well, Allah be pleased with him. But south of Kemet is actually Sudan. So I wrote a book on this, asserting that the actual historical Jerusalem stretched to the Sudan. So for the Christians say, well, 328 they talk about when we're in the land. Well, the land of Israel spanned to Sudan, which a lot of slaves came from Sudan. So it's a river called the River Euphrates. There's two Euphrates. The Euphrates in West Africa, and there's Euphrates by Iraq. The Euphrates in Iraq is not the ancient Euphrates. That is a new invention, map invention. The historical Euphrates is in West Africa. So when I'm saying this, and I get the floor,
man, hold on, man. Piaki. Hey, bro, I'm not gonna have to. I'm gonna go ahead and have to leave up out of here after that one, my boy. I'll let you. I'll let you. It's over with for me. Just listen in the chat. Catch me in the chat.
All right, bro. Go ahead, Rabbi Lewis.
Yeah, so the Euphrates you see by Iraq today, it's not the historical Euphrates. You know, because there's no ancient maps with that map with Euphrates on it. No ancient map has Euphrates by Iraq in it. The actual historical Euphrates is in West Africa. So Hashem told Abraham, I will give you the river, the land from the river Nile to the river Euphrates. He told him that your land that you will be giving your ancestors, pursuant to Ezekiel chapter 48, I will give you the land from the Nile River to the river Euphrates. So people see Euphrates today and think that's the ancient Euphrates. It's not. The ancient Euphrates is actually in West Africa, in Africa. So the historical Jerusalem actually expanded into Sudan, the Sudan, which is south of Egypt, which a great deal of the slaves came from the Sudan and got rounded up in the slave trade. So let's recap. So Lenoria Burstyn again shows in her work how a great deal of the slaves of the slave trade were Black Jews from Spain who got put up into West Africa after they got kicked out of Spain in 1492, and they were living all throughout West Africa, and they got caught up in the slave trade. So a lot of the slave trade victims were actually Black Jews from Spain, which is unequivocal, can't be disproven. You know, that's a fact. I can say a lot more, but
All right, so check it out. I see my brother, the God Body, Marlon Simmons in the chat. I'm gonna throw this in there so my brother can come on in. I'm sure he got some questions for you. He been wanting to rap with you for a minute. My elder brother Ray, he in there throwing out nothing but facts. He can come in if he want to. Do not, I know I don't have to tell you this, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. Do not disrespect my elder if he decides to come in. That's my man's. Other than that, I'm gonna let you keep building. If they come in, I'll let them ask questions. But other than that, continue teaching, my brother, because you throwing some stuff out there I ain't never heard before.
Yeah. Thank you. Without it. So yeah, so like I said, great deal of the slaves were Jews from Spain. You know, so that's a fact. There's no way around that. A lot of slaves were Jews from Spain who got caught up in the trade. They were just with the West Africa because they got kicked out of Spain. So they needed somewhere to go. So yeah.
So why did they go to West Africa instead of going to, say, Portugal or Italy or England or wherever? Why did they go to West Africa?
Yeah, so this is around when Timbuktu was popping. West Africa was the place to be. You know, there was a scholar named Neil deGrasse Tyson who did actually a lecture showing how the center of learning was Baghdad. These deGrasse Tyson's a Black NASA scientist. How
I know who he is.
Yeah, so he was saying the golden age of Islamic learning was in Baghdad, and that was, you know, if you were anybody, you were a scholar, you went to Baghdad to teach and learn. Well, Timbuktu was in West Africa. That's a book by Rudolph Owens called Babylon to Timbuktu. I know you know about that.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know you don't like that book, but you know, it's an excellent read. So he shows, you know, Timbuktu was the place to be, you know. So West Africa was popular. You know, if you were a scholar, you was there, you know. So
got you. Okay. I mean, you gonna stand by that.
I could barely hear you. Let me put my headphones back in.
I say you gonna
Hold on
stand by
I can't hear
that
you.
Babylon to Timbuktu, man.
Testing, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay, I can barely hear you. I don't know, but okay.
Yeah, I see you standing on that Babylon to Timbuktu, man. I just can't get with it.
I think it's a good book, personally. I got a big library. I read over 30 books. Like, I got a big library. I thought it was a good read.
Come on in outside the cube. Come play with your food, bro. I think you done shocked the system, man. Don't nobody want to come in and ask no questions. What you do, man? What kind of info you dropping today? We got my elder in, man. All right, we got my elder brother Ray, and we got our brother outside the cube, brother Ray.
Hotel to you. How are you, brother Priyanki? How you been, my dear brother?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Maintaining. Hotel.
Yes, much blessings. I was just listening to the gentleman. I don't usually, and I'm not going to in this manner discuss religion. I do want to say, however, and he did mention the expulsion of the Jews out of Spain in 1492. Well, one of my big things, like Pianki, is that I deal with the Eastern slave trade in the Sahara and the Ottoman Empire. And I would like to say that, and I really question to this day, that if the Ottoman Empire had not been there for the more than nearly half of the Jewish sectors to migrate, they may have been expelled and eradicated altogether as a people. Some of them flew, they were being persecuted by the Christians. You have the Ashkenazi ones who spoke German language in Northern Europe. Yeah, and then you had the Sephardic ones, which I mentioned. They were coming out of Spain and Portugal, and they spoke like a Ladino, like a Castilian type language, Spanish type. And then you also had the Romanites who were right there near the borders, and they spoke Greek. And I heard my dear brother Rocky mention the one thing that's critical here is that these are not African, quote unquote, African people. These are truly mulattoes who have, over the years of mixing and migrating in that area, had those same pigmentations. And I think a lot of times we take the mulatto to represent the African during that time of history. That's the only thing. But yeah, I'd like to say that the Ottomans protected them, allowed them to practice their religions, allowed them to develop communities, even develop a printing press. And but they weren't talking about guys who look like me and you, my brother. But with that, blessings, let someone else be. I see Cube in here. Blessings, Cube.
Salute to my brother Ray, and thank you for that info. And I agree with you 100%. Rabbi Lewis, before we go to Cube, you want to respond to my elder? Keep in mind.
I just want to say real quick, blessings to that brother. I didn't know if he was getting off. Peace to that brother.
No doubt. Rabbi Lewis.
Thank you, Rabbi Lewis.
If you want to respond, go ahead. Keep in mind that's my elder. So
yeah, we should read my book, African Origin of Most Holy Prophets, where I prove the Jews and the Muslims were black, originally black. You should read my book. It says there seems to be little doubt that the Jews have largely been mixed with Berbers, living in Moroccan and Algeria, Sahara, right? So I read that again. It says there seems to be little doubt that the Jews are largely mixed with Berbers, living in the Moroccan, Algerian, Sahara. And the Berbers, I have a picture of a Berber in my book, African Origins, and he's jet black. So it's the fact that the Jews are mixing them with the Berbers, which were black Arab exiles. So we know a lot of them were black because they were mixed. In fact, there's another excellent book called, which inspired some of my book, called 101 Facts About the Negro. Hello?
Weird.
It's called it's by some book, 100 Facts About the Negro. I forgot who wrote that book, but you can see the Jews of Spain and Portugal were renowned for their dark skin. The Jews of Spain and Portugal were very dark, incredibly dark, actually. Let me prove that. Okay. 1 second.
You were showing the picture. I'm sorry, I didn't see the picture. Were you showing a picture of them or something? You were said that they were incredibly dark. Were you showing us something? I had stepped away. I heard you, but I had stepped from the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is in my book, African Origin of the Most Holy Prophets, I wrote a few years back, showing how the Jews mixed with the Berbers, which the Berbers were black, obviously. I have pictures of Berbers in my book, African Origins, and the Jews of Portugal and Spain were renowned for their dark skin. It's even the Roman historian Tacitus said the Jews who were in Europe came from Ethiopia. Trying to find the quote about Portugal. Okay. One second, guys. Control F real quick. Show that the Jews of Portugal were black. Let's prove that. In Spain were black. Not some of them were mulatto. The Polish Jews were mulattoes, but the Portuguese Jews were. Okay, I got it. Hello?
Bro, we
Yes,
hear you,
sir.
bro.
I'm listening.
Pritchard says that especially dark were the Jews of Spain and Portugal. The Duchess Diopris, wife of Napoleon, she's the wife of Napoleon's ambassador to Portugal, said the Jews and Negro, and the Portuguese can be seen in a single person, right? That's the wife of Napoleon's ambassador, Napoleon of Spain, of France. It says, so dark were the Jews of Portugal and Spain that many assume all Jews were black. The Jews of Poland and Russia also were black. John Bigelow, who visited Jamaica in 1850, saw the Jews said they were Negroes. So they got 4 sources saying the Jews of Portugal and Spain. John Bigelow went to Jamaica, said the Jews were Negroes. Count Adam Grozowski of Poland, who visited America, said the Jews of his country resembled the American mulatto. Let's read that again. It says, you can find this information in my book, African Origins. It says, Adam Grozowski of Poland, who visited America, said the Jews of his country resembled the American mulatto. So the Jews of Poland were actually dark skinned, like light skinned blacks. Hello?
Yes.
So you got 4 sources I just gave you. 5 sources proving the Jews of Spain and Portugal black. 5. Also, the Jews of Jamaica, Poland, Russia were also black, look like mulatto blacks.
I'm going to let my other Q go ahead. The classification of black didn't come up until like the 1600s. People who were dark-skinned whites were also considered black.
Excuse me, I think I said that at the beginning of my presentation.
Hold on, let the elder rock. Go ahead, brother.
This is prior to the classification of race. So when we're saying the gender that someone was dark or they look black, they were genetically referencing to those people of that period, of that time, in their appearance. Again, like I say, the idea of race, meaning you a Negro or you are African, none of that had been created yet. So I want to sort of just, add that clarity on there that when you're seeing these dark people, that necessarily don't mean they were of African descent. And so that's all the things I wanted to say in that manner. Go ahead, Q. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate the alley-oop. So let's get right into it. So, my brother, Rabbi Lewis, you're a Hebrew Israelite, correct?
Oh, Pianki, you there?
Are you a Hebrew? Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?
Hold on, Pianki.
Yes, sir.
Can I address what he just said before we go forward?
Good.
I mean, it's real. It's on cue, man. I mean, Brother Ray was just making one last point.
I just want to make it crystal clear what the elder Ray said. I said at the beginning of my presentation. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rabbi Lewis.
Yeah, I just
Respond.
want to say, I just want to caveat. I said that in the beginning of my presentation. I quoted Joseph E. Blumenbach's work, where the term Negro, Caucasian, and Mongoloid are modern inventions. Did you guys hear me say that? Because he said something that I didn't say. Hello?
Well, he might have came in late. So if he
I made that crystal clear at the beginning of
if he didn't hear you, it's all good.
Yeah, I said at the beginning of my diatribe, I said that the term Negro and Caucasian are modern 19th century inventions, and you have to be careful historically when you start saying black and white. Did I not say that?
Yes, sir. You said that came into, at what time did that come in?
Joseph
I
E.
think in
Blumenbach is the one who
1600s, right, sir?
Yeah,
So when
Joseph
you
E.
were
Blumenbach.
referencing the migration, excuse me, when you were referencing the migration out of Europe in 1492, this is prior to the terminology of race. It's prior to the information that you presented about race. This is why I mentioned that we don't want to put a modern day spin on something that wasn't classified as that back at that time. That's
Right.
all
I think I
point.
said that. Again, I said that in the beginning of my presentation, not to be rude. I said that these terms are modern inventions. So we have to be careful historically when we start saying black, white, Negro, Caucasian, because these are modern terms. I made that crystal clear in the beginning of my presentation. So I just want to make that clear for the audience.
Thank you, sir. And I also like for you to use that when you are presenting information on of race of people where you had a lot of mixing and matching. And, we don't want to paint the picture that, okay, this is us, the black man. There are a lot of mixing and matching, and it's not an indigenous culture to African people. So I'll leave with that because Pianki, I'm just going to listen. Thank you for letting me come on. I hope your health and family and all is well. Thank you, Rabbi Lewis, for sharing information. It is that. So, now we could debate the legitimacy, but it's information. So, thank you, Pianki, with that. I'm going to let my younger brothers go in. And much love and blessings, Pianki.
No doubt, Brother Ray, no doubt. Anytime you want to come on, you got carte blanche.
All right, cool. Hey, thank you for that, Brother Ray. So let's get right into it. So peace to the panel, Pianki, Rabbi Lewis in the chat. You already know what time it is. Shouts out to you guys. But Rabbi Lewis, are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
Yes.
Am I also a Black Hebrew Israelite?
I mean, by genetically, I don't know. I mean, I don't know your bloodline.
Okay, what if I were to tell you that my mother's line and my father's line, they coincide with people who were brought here through the slave trade? Is that sufficient?
Sure.
So
sure.
what?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, so if those things were to be correct, then that would also mean I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite, correct?
Yeah, most likely, yeah, probably descendant of the 12 tribes of Israel, yes.
Okay, great. So if you're a descendant from the 12 tribes of Israel, what does that yield?
Is that what? Say that again?
If you are a descendant from the 12 tribes of Israel,
yes.
What does that yield?
What is that yield? That means you are a chosen nation by the living power of the universe, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh himself.
So Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh is the universe, or does Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh control the universe?
He controls the universe. You are the descendant of the chosen people of God, the only nation that God chose as his own people to give his laws, statutes, commandments, precepts, ordinances, and judgments to.
Oh, okay. So you initially said
Hey, brothers, I hate to break it up because y'all going good. My brother, the scripture ripper Sabi on here. I'm about to make him the host because I got to step away. I'm gonna try to come back in, but if I don't, Sabio, run it till y'all get through and end the show. But I got to go take care of something important. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead and run.
Hey, before you leave, can you send that brother that I'm supposed to be debating? Can you send him an invite so we can converse tonight if he's available?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, that's a bet. That's a bet.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, peace, brother. So, which one is it? Is Yohei the universe? Because that's what you initially said, and I'm just trying to get your understanding. Is Yohei the universe, or does Yohei control the universe?
The second one.
So you misspoke initially, is what you're telling me.
No, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh is the master of the universe. Yes.
Hold on, listen. Do you understand what you said initially? What you said initially was that Yohei is the universe. But then
Because
secondly,
that was a Freudian slip. I said he's the he's the master of the universe. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Do you know what a Freudian slip is? A Freudian slip is when you actually speak the truth, but then you try to clean it up afterwards. So you were so if that was a Freudian slip, then what you were actually saying is that Yohei is the universe, and Yohei does not control the universe.
No, I was just joking. It was just a slip of the tongue. Go ahead.
Oh, that was a joke.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
Which part? Which part was the joke? The joke where you fucked up, or the joke where Yohei was actually the universe?
Yeah,
Right, Q. Which one was the joke? Right. Which one?
Oh, the
I'm sitting over here like this dude full of shit. But go ahead, Q. I'm gonna let you rock.
Yeah, which one was the joke, my brother? Because I've yet to laugh, and I'm trying to figure out where you at.
Go ahead, brother. Make your point, brother. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, brother, I'm not trying to make a point. I'm trying to ask a question at this juncture.
Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh is the master of the universe. He created the universe.
Okay, he's the master of the universe, and he also created. So now, this is something very simple. Can you show me any bit of evidence that will allow me to understand what you understand regarding the subject matter?
What do you consider empirical evidence? Because people have different standards.
Whoa. I never mentioned empirical evidence. What I said was, can you show me what you have that allowed you to come to the conclusion that you have? That's what I said. I never mentioned empirical evidence. I want you to show me what you have. Let's go.
Sure. We have biblical evidence. We have Quranic evidence. We have scientific, demonstrable evidence.
Scientifical, but listen, do you understand that scientific and demonstrable are not words?
Scientifical.
Scientifical and demonstrable. Do you mean scientific and demonstrable? Is that
demonstrable?
What you mean?
Right. I'm over here
weak. Better. Yeah.
Brother, listen. My question was clear and succinct. Can you give me the evidence that you have that allowed you to understand what you now understand? Can you do that for me?
Sure. The eloquence of the Hebrew and Arabic language. The eloquence like Yahweh. His name means Yahweh, Yahweh, which means man and woman. Who creates in nature, man and woman. So when it says Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh is the creator, this name actually means in Hebrew, man and woman, which is the creator. So when it says Yahweh is the creator, his name actually means Yahweh, which means man and woman, which is what creates, which procreates. That's the miracle.
Brother, hold on. Before you gook out, I'm asking you for the evidence that you have that allowed you to come to this conclusion. I'm not asking you about anything semantical. Because in Spanish, I could tell you hombre means man. I could tell you the same dumb shit. What I'm trying to figure out is what evidence do you have that you use to come to the conclusion that Yohei is sometimes the master of the universe, sometimes is the universe, then sometimes also created the universe. Can you give me the evidence that you have that allowed you to come to that conclusion so I can then peer into that and see where you got it from? Can you do that for me?
Yeah,
just say you made it up off the top of your head.
No. Give him a chance. I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, there's a best-selling book called the Bible. It's a bestseller. And you can find it anywhere and everywhere. It's a bestseller. I think you should read it.
Oh, okay, great. So the Bible.
That nigga said the Bible.
So the Bible is what you use to come to the conclusion that Yohei is the master of the universe, the creator of the universe, and is also the universe. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct. He has a best-selling book called the Holy Bible.
Okay,
yes.
great. So now let me move forward. So now, what does being a Muslim yield?
Yeah, so as the Quran says, who's more eloquent in speech than the one who says he's a Muslim? You know, Islam is a gift. Consider Islam.
Let me ask you one more time, good brother, because I think we're missing each other here. Because I initially asked you, am I a Black Hebrew Israelite? According to what I laid out to you, you said yes. And then I subsequently asked you, well, what does that yield? And you told me. So now I want to know, what does being a Muslim yield?
I think I said, who's more eloquent in speech than the one who says he's a Muslim? Islam is just means peace, a religion of peace.
Bro, can you slow down so I can understand what you're saying?
Yeah, inshallah. So consider Islam. Consider Islam. Allah is real.
Bro, do you not understand my question, or did I say it too fast?
I heard you were prophet of being a Muslim, and
He's proselytizing.
No, let him go, because I want to, because he had no problem telling me what being a Black Hebrew Israelite yields. He said you're the chosen race, you're above everybody. He said that emphatically without a shadow of a doubt, and he had no problem. So now I want to know, what does being a Muslim yield? Like what does that do for me?
sure. So Islam is a religion of peace. 1 second, put my headphones back in. 1 second.
Hold up. Islam is not the religion of peace. I have to do
Hold
it.
Hold on. Just let him get it out though. Like, we want to let him.
Yeah.
Get it
So
out. We don't want to hang on every word. We want to let him get it out.
Yeah, sure. MashaAllah. So the largest Islamic country in the world is Indonesia, Malaysia, and no Islamic army ever went there. These are the largest Islamic countries on the planet, and no Islamic army ever went there to proselytize. You know, that shows the eloquence of the Holy Gross Quran.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you
Sure.
something real quick? Mars, nobody's ever went there. Jupiter, nobody's ever went there. So when you tell me stupid shit like what you just fucking said about a place where nobody's ever went, I don't give a fuck. What I'm asking you is, what does it yield? What is the benefit of being a Muslim?
Okay, so let's just be frank. This is because if you don't accept Islam, you're going to go to the hellfire. So I mean it's so more blatant than that. If you don't accept Islam,
the Christians say the same shit.
You will be thrown in the hellfire on the day of judgment. So
the Christians say the same shit.
So now let's contrast that with the Black Hebrew Israelites that you just said I was, and you also attest to being one yourself. So now, if I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite, and I'm the chosen one of God, the master of the universe, the one who was also the universe, according to what you said, what you just said was, I'm going to hellfire because, if I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite, because I don't accept Islam. Is that correct?
No.
Hold on. What do you mean no? Bro, you literally just told me, because I asked the question, what does it yield to be a Black Hebrew Israelite? You say you're the chosen race, you're above all people, and this was given to you by the master of the universe, one thing you said, and then you also said that this God is the universe, and then you subsequently said after that this God created the universe. So now I'm asking for the contrast, because when it comes to the Muslims, you're saying, if I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite, that this God that you believe is going to kill me, even though he chose me to be above all people. Am I correct?
That's what it sounds like.
The Bible, the Bible today, if I can respond to that. Hello?
Handle your business. We waiting.
Yeah, so today El and Yahweh are the same God. But in antiquity, Yahweh was El's son. In fact, even in Psalms, it says, who amongst the sons of El is likened unto Yahweh? So as far as being Hebrew Israelite, you're going to go to hell if you, again, the Masoretic scribes conflated El and Yahweh is the same God, but really, historically, Yahweh was El Son. You can find this in the Ugaritic text that was discovered in 1920s. They called the Ugaritic text.
Bro, do you find it weird that when I ask you a question, you begin to answer something that I'm not even talking about?
So when you go to hell, if you're a Hebrew Israelite, that Allah knows best. If you have a genuine heart for God, for Allah, then no, you won't.
Okay, so what you're telling me is, even though I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite and I'm following the Bible, which you said, I don't know if you remember, but if you allow me, I'm going to jog your memory right now. You said the way how you know that God is real is by reading the Bible. This is what you said. Do you remember that?
I do.
Correct. I said that, yes.
Okay. So the way how you know that God is real is because you read the Bible. So now I'm going to read the Bible. And I'm going to follow the things that are in the Bible, the creator of the universe, the master of the universe. This God is also the universe, the three things that you said. So now, if I don't become a fucking Muslim, you're telling me I'm a burn in a hellfire? Hold on. You mean to tell me I'm going to burn in hellfire even though the only fucking way I know God is through the Bible, what you said?
Crystal clear, El and Yahweh are not the same God. Yahweh was El's son.
Brother, I'm going to need you to listen, bro. Please stay focused. The only way to know God is through the Bible, according to what you said, correct?
I didn't say the only way to know God. I never said, I said it's one of the ways to know God. I say the Bible's the only way to know God.
Okay. You know what? You got it. Okay, that's one of the ways. So what if the way that I choose to know God is using the Bible? Are you now saying if I don't use another way to know God, I'm going to hellfire?
Allah knows best. Allah knows your heart.
Bro, I'm not asking who knows best. I'm asking you regarding
I'm telling
what
you,
you said.
The Bible's the best, so you should read. But if you want to ask,
hold on. You just said
he just said the Bible's the best.
You just said it was the best.
But you just said Allah.
No, I did not. I said the Bible's the best seller. Okay. If you want to ask me what book would I go with, I would go with the Quran over the Bible. So which book transcends what book? I would go with the Quran.
Okay, so listen to what you're saying, bro. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying that me, as a Black Hebrew Israelite, if I'm following the Bible, I'm going to go to hellfire because I'm not following the Quran. But you know who God is by following the Bible. Correct? Am I correct so far?
The Bible has been
not the Quran.
That's why we have to go to Quran.
But isn't the Quran the youngest one?
The Quran, the youngest one.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree.
Didn't the Quran come out of the Bible?
Out of the
it was Jews who wrote the Quran.
That's been disputed.
No, I can prove this. It was Jews who wrote the Quran. Like I tell you, sir, I'm doing a lot of research in the Ottoman Empire, and it was Jews who wrote the Quran. So are you telling us?
I have no issue with that. I have no issue.
So hold on. So are you telling us that the Jews who wrote your Quran, who follow the Bible, they're following the wrong book?
The Bible's Jeremiah chapter 8 verse 8. It says, "How could we say we have?"
No. I need a yes or no. I don't need no babbling. I just need a yes or no. The Jews who wrote your Quran, they're following the wrong book.
The Jews who wrote the Quran. Why would they write the Quran? May I see that? They already had the Bible.
They wrote the Quran for the Muslims who they were working for in the Ottoman Empire, sir.
Okay, so the Muslims the Mohammedans oversaw the translation of the Quran. Would you agree?
No.
Okay, explain. Please.
Because Jews also spoke Arabic in the Ottoman Empire. I can prove this to you.
All right.
I'm studying the Ottoman Empire very deeply, me and Mr. Green. We know this very well.
Okay, so Jews wrote the Quran. With that,
are you telling?
I'm a Jew myself.
Are you telling me that the Jews who wrote your Quran, who follows the Holy Bible and the Talmud and the Torah, they're going to hell? This is what you're telling us.
No, I made a question. I said Allah, which means in Arabic, Allah knows best. I'm not saying Allah is in hell. Only way you go to hell is if you only go into hell if you make partners with Allah, which means to make other deities. Now,
so hold on.
Hold on. I got one last question.
Go ahead, Q.
Because you said that we must follow Allah in the book of Islam and all of that. 1 second, baby. 1 second. So are you telling me that Moses, King David, and all of these motherfuckers are in hell because they didn't follow the Quran?
You took it right out my fucking mouth, bro. You took it right out my mouth. You took the next question right out my mouth.
This is ridiculous. First thing to address that. There's something as reincarnation. They will reincarnate and get an opportunity to accept Islam. Second thing, there was a scribe, a rabbi named Saadia.
Brother, can you answer the question, bro? Can you answer the question?
Yeah, you said, hold on, you said, was David, peace upon him, and all these people in hellfire because they didn't accept Islam?
That was my question. Can you answer
my response
that?
To that
because they followed the Torah. They followed the Torah. The Quran was not written when David and all them was on the planet. The Quran was not even in existence.
So hold on. Are they in hell right now? That's all I need to know.
That's all we need to know. We don't need to know about a resurrection. None. Are they in hell right now?
Remember what happened with David? He committed.
Bro, listen. Are they in hell right now? Yes.
How would I know? I don't know what's in hell. I'm not Allah. That's what y'all. I don't know what's in hell.
Hold on. But you're not Allah when it comes to them. But you're gonna tell me that I'm gonna go to hell because I'm not following some fucking Quran.
If you make partners with Allah, you're going to go to the hellfire. Yes.
Okay, so hold on. Nigga, King David and Moses didn't follow no fucking Quran. So why aren't they in hell? Explain that to me.
I explained that. There's something called reincarnation. They would reincarnate and have an opportunity to accept Islam.
Okay. So how about this? Why can't I reincarnate and come back and follow the Quran?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the same thing you talk about, because on one hand you want to on one hand you want to banish me to hell because I'm not following this funky ass Quran, but on the other hand you don't want to banish King David and Moses to hell, and you want to grant them some conciliatory fucking come up it or come back it.
Let me address that, please. Hello.
Go ahead with your coonery.
So Bart Ehrman, who's a PhD in Christian theology in the New Testament Christianity, said that the Jews, he wrote a book on this. The Jews had no concept of hell. So the Jews didn't believe in hell. It was during the time of David and Solomon, etc. And that's according to Bart Ehrman, who wrote an excellent book on this topic, showing that the Jews had no concept of hell anyway. So go ahead.
Okay, and I agree with you. But still, we're not going off of what Bart Ehrman wrote. And we're going off of what you just said out of your mouth, sir, about the followers of the people who are not following the Quran. Fuck what Bart Ehrman said. Nice appeal to authority, nice way. But it ain't going to work here, sir. Because I read Bart Ehrman just as much as you do. But the thing that came out of your mouth that we want to know is, how are the patriarchs who knew nothing about a Quran, who only knew about the Talmud, and the Holy and the Old Testament, how are they not in hell?
Oh, no. Bart Ehrman said the Jews had no concept of hell. The Talmud,
No. We're not talking about what the Jews had. We're talking about what you just said today, based off of your idea of them not following who? Allah and the Quran, sir, because they were following who? Yahweh. They started off following El and a whole pantheon of gods, but then eventually they started following Yahweh and not Allah, the God of the Quran. So how are they not in Allah's hell? Because they had no. So you said that the ones who are not following the Quran are going to hell.
Hellfire, yeah.
So how are the patriarchs who were not following your Quran, because there was no Quran in the 2nd century, how are they not in hell, sir?
Sure. Two things. Saadia Gan bin Joseph, a 19th century rabbinite translator of Hebrew to Arabic, used the word Allah for Elohim. So the equivalent of Elohim in Arabic is Allah. Second thing, to address your question, this is just like when the Bible says that the dead in Christ will rise first. What about the people who died before Jesus Christ existed? Because they will have a chance to accept Jesus in the reincarnation. And let's prove that. So there was a guy, Jesus was healing a blind man, and the apostles asked him, why is this man blind? Is he blind for his own sins? The sins or the sins of his
Or is it
ancestors?
something that his fathers did, or the sins of his ancestors? Don't
Yeah, so we
don't
know,
give us
no,
this whole bullshit ass story.
Did he
We
say,
don't stop because you're not answering the question.
no, I'm giving you
I like you trying to
evidence.
I
Hold
like
on.
you trying to proselyte. No, that is not evidence. The
That's
evidence would
they
be
understood reincarnation because he
that
asked them.
you made it up. The thing is, the best thing for you to say at a moment like this would be that you made it up, that you just believe this because this is what you've been taught to believe. But your pride and your arrogance won't allow you to.
So
That's what it is. You think you're smart.
No.
You think you're smarter than us. That's why you talk fast and you always throw your bullshit ass books up here at us. You're not smart, bro. You're a converted Hebrew, Christian, Moor, Muslim wannabe that knows nothing about anything you talk about. And it shows because we just cornered you in a way that you are trying to proselytize your way out of. You're trying to use the Bible and mix in Quranic ideas to fool us. And it's not going to work here.
Hey yo, drop the link if anybody else want to come in. Cause
I dropped it.
I want that dude Leandre that I'm supposed to be debating next Sunday to come in.
I dropped it. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat things with you, bro. I get tired of this pandering and dancing for the Muslims like the Muslims weren't some of the first slave traders. You know what? I want to talk to you about the Zand Revolt because you said something earlier, and I wanted
Hey, hold
to
on, real
read
quick.
this.
I'm gonna cut your bill, but I don't see the link in the chat. My bad. Go ahead.
It's in there. It's in there. It didn't scroll up, but it's in there. So I wanted to read something from the Zand Rebellion because you said something about race being developed in the 17th century, didn't you? All right, I just want
to. It's just like Blumenbach came with the term Negro Caucasian.
No. I'm not talking about terms. I'm talking about discrimination of other races of people by their skin tone. All right, and I'm finna read something from the Zand Rebellion in the 8th century. All right, the Zand Rebellion. I'm gonna read two things. All right, and then I want you to address these. Race rebellion and Arab Muslim slavery, the Zand Rebellion in Iraq, 869 to 883 CE. All right. Should I share my screen so y'all can see this?
Yeah.
Do y'all want? All right,
Yeah.
I'll share my screen. I'll do it that way. I'll share my screen. Let me know when y'all see it.
Yeah, you see it. Go ahead.
All right. So the Zand, let me let Google Scholar back up in here real quick.
Yeah, I gotta get a debate with Google Scholar too. I got it. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
All right. It says, I'm going to read a couple of things. The coming of the European and Christianity is for the majority of the time seen as the beginning of the end of the Africans' autonomous existence in her land of origin. However, an event that is constantly neglected is the coming of the Arab and Islam. While it cannot be said that the transatlantic slave trade is a topic that has been thoroughly explored, the subject has no shortage of scholarly writings, nor is it foreign to common knowledge. Today, the Arab Islamic slave trade stands as a nearly unexplored area of scholarship, as most still seem to be focused on the causes and effects of Europe's transatlantic slave trade. All right, now the next time, we already know slavery has existed throughout history in various forms, including domestic servitude, military. We all know this already. I'm gonna skip down. During the Abbasid Caliphate in the 9th century, southern Iraq, the Zand Rebellion lasted for nearly 15 years and was the greatest protest movement by African slaves in the Islamic world. The Zanj were used for manual labor in the salt marshes of Basra. They worked in camps of 500 to 5,000 men under cruel and inhumane conditions with only a few handfuls of food in return. All right, now I'm gonna skip down. I'm gonna leave because I can read that, but I don't want to. I just want to read to how these Arabs thought about the Zanj. All right. When examining the causes of the Zanj rebellion, the historiography demonstrates how scholars have neglected issues of race. For example, in Al-Tabari's The Revolt of the Zanj, the essential primary document for this thesis, he makes no reference to the presence of any kind of racial ideology or racialized social structure. I'm reading this to point out things that they overlooked. That's why I'm reading it. Similarly, in Suwab Mustafa's Muhammad, the Zanj Revolt, basically, he said the author analyzes the Zanj rebellion from both social and economic historical perspectives while delivering no discussion of race. All right. Few historians, however, suggest that race did play a role in the Arab slave trade. For example, Theodore Nodelki, in his text Sketches from Eastern History, 1892, provides the earliest modern scholarly account of the Zanj rebellion and alludes to the existence of racial ideologies when he describes the great contempt with which genuine Arabs had regarded Blacks. All right. However, he does not indicate that the Zanj rebellion, particularly in response to prevalent racial ideologies or the racially stratified social structure of the 9th century Iraq. Here comes the deep one. Similarly, Alexander Popovich's The Revolt of African Slaves in Iraq in the 3rd, 9th century quotes Arab philosophers, poets, geographers, and historians, arguing that the Zanj were considered to have many flaws and were stereotyped as stupid, evil, ugly, ignorant to Arabic, and the cheapest slaves in the market. All right. However, in spite of listing these negative stereotypes that cast the Zanj as inferior and even subhuman, Popovich cautions that race and racism, as understood in modern times, was never an important factor. So this is what they're claiming, but they're pointing out that the Arabs looked at these African slaves as stupid, evil, ugly, ignorant to Arabic, and the cheapest slaves in the market. So would you call that racism?
This is
Mr.
ridiculous.
Scholar?
3 things to that.
Would you call that racism?
Yeah, but here's the first thing about that.
Speak your speak.
So there was a movie in the 1970s with Bilal, who was the first person to make the call to pray, the Adhan. His name was Bilal. His father was a white man, his mother was black. But here's the thing. The Shemites and the Hamites were both black, but they looked down, the Shemites looked down on the Hamites. So this was black on black violence. The second thing, El-Tabari's work has been dismissed by critical scholarship, as well as Rabbi Eliezer. El-Tabari's work has been rejected. Last 2 things. We have letters from Rumi.
You said 3 things. This 4 things, but keep going.
So yeah, 4 things. So Rumi, who was a Persian, said that the Abyssinian Caliphate hated Muhammad for his black skin. And Rumi was a Persian. He was not black. He was a Persian convert to Islam. And he wrote in his letters that the Abyssinians hated Muhammad because of his black skin. Last point, as I pointed out before, there's 3 categories of Arab. You have the Taini, the Saracen, and Arabi. They're all considered Arabs. The Saracen were Arabs as well, but they were not for their black skin. So,
oh my goodness gracious.
The Saracens were Arabs themselves. They had black skin. They were not for their dark skin. Rumi said that you hate the Prophet, the peace be upon him, because of his black skin and his pure Arab progeny. And El-Tabari's work has been dismissed.
All right. So all that you said absolutely nothing. Some of Al-Tabari's works might have been looked at as pseudo and debunked. Cool. But what he said about the Zanj and the Arabs and how the Arabs looked at them, I don't think anybody has refuted that. And the question that I asked you, you did not address. I don't care how they supposedly looked at Muhammad. You know, they called Jews black, and it was a derogatory term. Do I have to go show you that also, where they was calling Jews black as a derogatory term? Must I show
Wasn't
you
Venus
this? 'Cause
Hottentot known as a Jew? They thought she was a Jew because of her black
hold up.
skin.
No, they did not.
No.
Think
Okay, go
Sarah
ahead.
Bartman was a Jew. They knew where Sarah Bartman was from.
They didn't say they saw Burton was a Jew. Is that not true?
Not that I not if they did,
Yeah,
it's
she was known
probably
as
to
a
you.
Jew. They said that she was Jewish because she was black. They were so known for their black skin that they thought she was a Jew.
Oh my goodness gracious.
This is a fact. Yeah, this is a historical fact.
Sarah
ahead.
Bartman was not a Jew. We all
Venus
know Sarah
Hottentot,
Bartman was from
the
Africa.
Europeans said she was Jewish.
The Europeans said a lot. Listen, sir, what
Okay,
you're
this can
failing
we
to
find the Two the
realize
Prophets
is,
book. To the Prophets book.
yeah, hybrid hate, and that's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
referencing. I have his book,
Yeah,
Hybrid
To the
Hate, and
Prophets
in
said
his
that
book,
these were.
hold up. In his book, he distinctly, and I can go get quotes from his book because I dropped it in all numerous back chats that I'm in, where he said that the word black and Jew were used to describe Jews as Africans to disrespect them, and vice versa, and Africans to disrespect them. So it wasn't an endearing term, sir. It was a disrespectful term. So all this you're talking about, I got the book Hybrid Hate. I read the book Hybrid Hate, just like I read the book Portuguese in West Africa. That's what made me join, because you was talking about Portuguese were Africans, were black. No, they weren't. I got the references. I got the direct book from the guy who was over there, who wrote Henry the Navigator. I got his words.
What are you talking about? The Jews of Portugal
From
got exiled to
1415
St.
to
Thomas. Hold on.
1670. I
They
got
got
the
exiled
words.
to St. Thomas. They're there to this day, and they're black.
Yo, bro, what
They
you're
got exiled to
saying
St.
is,
Thomas. They're there to this day, and they're black.
bro, the
How can you explain
Portuguese
that?
Jews were not Africans. They were
Why are they
not
there to
black.
this day and black to this day? They're black. They're black. They're still in St. Thomas to this day,
Oh my
and they're
goodness
black.
gracious. We're not. Are you talking about the slave population that went down there with them?
The Jews,
Because there was a slave.
Portugal,
There was
King
a
John
slave.
II.
There was a slave population that went down there with the Jews, sir. Nah, he said the Portuguese was Africans. He said the Portuguese was black, sir. Yes, he did.
Real quick, the brother Lamax 7689 is asking for the link.
The link is in the chat. Scroll
No,
up.
just
Just scroll.
drop it. No, go ahead and drop it again because it may be too far up. Is what I'm saying.
Let me see. It'll be next to my. No, it ain't. All you got to do is scroll up. It's right next to my name.
No. This person may have just come in, so like they may be too far up. Is what I'm saying. Just drop it again. It ain't no biggie, bro.
Like, I don't understand these odds.
No, because to me,
No,
since
you
I've
good.
been in the
You good.
chat,
You good, Cube. I got it.
I see it, but to them, they may not be able to scroll.
Yeah,
that
it might
far.
not. Yeah, it's good. But these
Got
lies that this dude telling has got to stop. Like, we understand that you love your religion, but you can't try to make everybody black, because everybody wasn't black.
Sabio, I got another question. If we could just steer away for a moment, because Google Scholar may have something he want to say. And forgive me, I won't be but a moment, my brother. Dear Rabbi Lewis, I thought I heard you on Dagger Garfield's channel earlier, asking him something about Pharaoh or Pharaoh's name or something. Was that you earlier?
Yes, that was me.
What was the question in reference? Because y'all sort of dropped off at the time. What was it about Pharaoh that you were asking, or Ramesses?
I don't remember. I was going to ask him a couple questions. One of the questions I'm going to ask him is, who was the last king of Babylon? Because he was saying that the Israelites didn't exist. So I was going to ask him, who was the last king of Babylon? Do you know?
No, I know that the person you were referencing is probably one of the greatest warrior kings out of there. When you kept saying Ramesses and you act like Garfield didn't know his name properly, and his proper name is Ursa Ma'at-Ra Septim-Ra Mesu Mariama. That's Ramesses II. Now, he's during the 15th century, and he's the one that may have been the ones who ran some of the Hittites out for not abiding by the cultures, by the culture.
Pardon me? Ramesses II.
Yes. That's so right. That's his real name. I know what the question was. You asked him, why did they call him Pharaoh or something else? And you can see now, if you're speaking a foreign language and you don't know how to say Ursa Ma'at-Ra Septim-Ra Mesu Mariama, you may think of a nickname. And that's some of the problem because of the labeling. So
right, I'm asking you a question. Who was the last king of Babylon?
Well, I'm trying to see after Tutmosis, we could go back to Tutankhamun, may have been. And what has that, because Babylon fell in 1453 in total. What Babylon you referencing?
I'm talking about Nebuchadnezzar's empire, Babylon, ancient Babylon. What was the last?
I'm sorry. This is where you lose me. I speak on real life dates and things in history and wars. I said earlier, I don't talk about religion. So when you were talking to me, I was thinking about the war of 1453 in Constantinople, and that's what I was thinking about when you were saying.
So I asked you a question. Who's the last king of ancient Babylon?
Well, the last king would have been Constantine the 11th.
No, the last king of ancient Babylon.
Wait a minute. Sorry, excuse me.
I think it may be Nabonidus.
Nabonidus. Yeah. Now the Bible says it was Belshazzar. Well, history says it's Nabonidus. Which one was it?
You're talking about the Bible king.
Hold on, that's not true. He's lying. That's not true.
Of course it is. Go to Daniel chapter 5, verse 30 through 31.
See, that's a Bible king.
Yeah, that's the Bible king.
If you go to the war of 1453, the person that was ruling Constantinople, which is in the Byzantine Empire, was Constantine the 11th.
Constantine Paleologus.
Who when Pharaoh Necho went into the Levant, went into Jerusalem, who did he appoint king of the Jews? Pharaoh Necho.
I couldn't answer that. If it's a biblical question,
anybody answer that?
If it's a biblical question, I can't answer who appointed someone you're relating as I guess Jews is a race. I don't know them as an empire. Excuse me, I'm not trying to cut you. I'm trying to tell you what our difference is. I don't know these people in history as an empire. I am 65 years old and I'm trying to reference them. That's why Pianki said Elder Rabbi Lewis. I'm trying to sit here and talk about only the geographical wars in history. And so when you're talking about the fall of the Byzantine Empire, they finally fell in 1453. And there was a ruler, Constantine, on the throne. Not the 11th.
Flavius Constantinus.
Yeah, Xavier know a lot about that too. So don't get me wrong.
Constantinus is his name.
This is why I asked earlier, and nothing personal here. I could discuss theology in the Bible. That's not what I'm trying to discuss right here. When you're talking about, you asked me about a ruler's name. And I was trying to take the era out and all the magnificent things that happened under Ramesses II. And the fact that and doing the fact of the Hyksos there. So that's my point. Now, if you're talking about something inside that Bible, my brother Rabbi Lewis, you could move on to the next person on the panel.
Okay, so my question for the panel.
Hold on, I want to say this real quick. Hold on, I don't want to cut you the bill, but I see the brother Leandre is in here, and that's the brother I'm supposed to debate approximately a week and a half from now. I just want to say peace to that brother. And go ahead, finish your bill, bro.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, so who Pharaoh Nico? What's the name of the chief king of Judah he put on the throne? Pharaoh Nico.
What does that have to do with an empire? Here's my thing. I like to find out, and this is why I mentioned the four groups. You and I did agree that they were expelled out of Spain. We agreed that they migrated. So if they expelled, where did they go? I mentioned that more than half of them, like the Savior and I discussed earlier, more than half of them fled into the Ottoman Empire. For self, that is in order for them to maintain their culture. Without them there, they've been persecuted and totally destroyed. And under the Ottomans, who were so diverse, they weren't like the Portuguese and the Spanish and the Dutch, who would, dealt with their harsh cattle slave. They were diverse enough to give you your own community. So as Jewish customs of several different groups flourish. Matter of fact, I mentioned that the Jews, all of them didn't speak the same language. You got Germanic
No, they did not.
Germanic speaking Jews, you got Berber speaking Jews. Under the Ottomans, they took their brightest
Arabic-speaking Jews
and created a common Arabic Jewish language so that they all could communicate under them. That's a lot of prosperity. Last thing, Rabbi, and I'm going to move on. So
my question was, who was Pharaoh Nico? Who did he put on the throne of Judah?
None of that has to do with anything that we're talking about. We're talking about real history. You're talking about a biblical story.
What date and year, Rabbi Lewis?
Pharaoh Nico. Who did he put on the throne of David?
I need a date, year, and location. I could tell you that in April, I believe it was April or March, one of the 2 months of 1453.
It was May. It was May 29th.
May 29th, thank you, of 1453, that Babylon, the last great Roman Empire in the East, fell. That I could tell you. Now tell me, so give me some dates and locations, what you're talking about.
Pharaoh Nico died in 595 BCE. My question was,
where, sir?
Nico was the king of the 26th dynasty of Egypt. I asked you who he put on the throne of David in the Bible.
I didn't ask about the Bible. I don't see his name nowhere. I bet some of these scholars cannot find his name in the lineage.
Yeah, it didn't happen, brother. It didn't happen when we look at it historically. So when you want to talk about the Bible, we can just read the Bible and give you the BS answer. But when we talk about historically, none of that happened, bro. So when you ask us, well, what did it happen in the Bible? We don't necessarily care about when it happened in the Bible. We want to know, when did it happen historically? You understand that, Rabbi Lewis?
Well, we know. I think Golden Scholar ready to respond. I just tried to hear.
Oh, Google Scholar's here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Google Scholar, what's up, brother?
Yeah, he here.
Check my book out, huh?
Yeah, I read one of your books.
Yeah, what you think, bro?
Thank you. Because I like to hear Google Scholar review, because he has a general idea of where my mindset is.
Yeah, I need
Google Scholar, what you think, bro?
Okay, I read the book. I don't agree with it, first of all, but I suspect you already know that. But I feel you tackled the subject which the other author was dealing with. You tackled it, but I don't. And you used sources, but I feel that some of your sources were dubious, and like I said, I didn't agree with you with your conclusion, but I think it was a good effort on your part to address his points. But if you're thinking that I'm thinking you debunked him, I don't think you did.
Yes, for the people who don't know, I wrote a book called Proof Muhammad Existed, an academic response to Robert Spencer. Robert Spencer is a New York Times bestseller who said Muhammad didn't exist. So I wrote a response book to that, and Google Scholar got a chance to actually pick it up so that the people know.
Yeah, no, and just to be clear, I agree with your position. I think Muhammad did exist, but I just
I
feel
do
that
too.
you didn't thoroughly address all the issues. You addressed some of them. Some of them I thought you did a good job on, but on some of them, you didn't really have a good reputation.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, if I
he's
could,
he's being nice to you, so he used the word dubious. But I'm not gonna say dubious. I'm gonna say it was garbage.
No, I meant what I said. Come on, Q.
No,
yeah, well, I mean,
I'm not changing what you said. I'm saying what I'm saying. But, yo, let
Okay.
me deal with the brother Leandre. You know, this nigga's
No, but
washed.
before, well, yeah, you guess you could go because I wanted to talk to something Rabbi Lewis said, but you can talk. Let Leandro go.
No. If you have something to say, bro, go ahead and say it. I
No,
don't want to cut
this
you off.
might shift it. No, this might shift it a bit. So let him go, and then if anything, I'll get back to it.
Yeah. Leandre, what's good, man?
What's poppin', man?
Oh, you already know what it is, man. You understand we have.
Just as I got a couple minutes before I gotta run in this seminar, but continue what you're saying. I'll let you know when I got to cut.
Yeah. So you do understand we have a debate coming up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So and you did agree to the title that it is logical to believe in the God of the Bible, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So would you be willing to lend us maybe one reason how it's logical to believe in the God of the Bible?
I'll save that. I'll save that for the debate.
That's smart.
Oh, okay.
Are y'all doing that now?
Listen. Here's the thing. Sabio is going to have to shut up because if me and you're going to dialogue back and forth, because he does this thing where he chimes in.
But
There's
bro,
never
why
anything.
even say,
Never
bro?
anything
Listen,
remotely
why even
intelligent.
say that?
No.
All I said was that was smart, sir.
Hang on.
I said that was smart.
The reason why I said it, no, he
Dumbass.
said I don't. He said I don't sit. So this is exactly why I said it. Now you probably haven't been privy to the way that Sabio usually speaks. Sabio doesn't have remotely. Sabio barely has an IQ to get him out of third grade, and so
Why we
usually
have
when
to
he
take
talks,
it there?
usually when he talks, Sabio says a bunch of non-intelligent stuff. So he never adds anything remotely intelligent to the conversation. Whenever there's a topic up for discussion that he agreed to discuss, Sabio can't even answer those things. And so because my intellect is so much higher than his, me and Sabio. So I don't like Sabio jumping in and derailing conversation. So
bro,
if you and I
let
gonna
me
dialogue,
say
I don't
this.
talk to Sabio.
Bro, let me say this. You know, I can understand where you're coming from. I can't only sympathize, I can also empathize with you because me and Sabio do not have a great relationship. But since I'm speaking with you, Sabio has been quiet. He said one thing, but you should kind of.
Sabio said more than one thing. I'm not gonna listen to lies. Sabio said more than one thing.
Listen,
He jumped in two or three times.
Bro, listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. This nigga Sabio done talked about my mother and like my dead mother. So I'm not like really addressing him, but I'm saying like just deal with me is what I'm saying.
Well, like I said, which is exactly the same thing I said. I said if you and I gonna deal with each other, I said then the little dude's gonna have to be quiet. Otherwise, it's not gonna do anything but derail the discussion. So outside of that, I don't really care for anything else. If he's not gonna be quiet, I won't be on the call.
Yo, see, like, but
Right.
what
All
I'm
I
saying
said was
is
that was smart. You little retarded bitch.
See, this is what I'm saying.
So,
when you start to do that,
no,
it brings him into it.
no.
I was,
No,
bro. All
it's
I
not
was saying
because I
was
tried to do anything. Cube. Cube, listen. You had to have either not been listening because I hadn't done anything when Sabio jumped in and started talking. You asked me a
Bro,
question.
listen,
All
bro,
I
bro,
said
bro,
was
bro.
that was smart.
No,
Bro,
I'm not.
listen
I'm
to
not
me.
listening.
All
I'm
I
not
said was
listening
that
to
was
Nada.
smart.
I'm not
That's
listening
crazy.
to Nada. What I said is not remotely negotiable. It's ridiculous and borderline retarded to say that Sabio jumped in and said something because I said something. That doesn't make a lick of sense, like at all.
But,
So when you
All I said was that was smart.
listen, bro.
you saying Sabio did that because I said something.
I said that was
Say,
smart.
No, I'm not saying, bro. Listen,
Right
just hear me out
now,
for
he's childishly muting me. No, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that. Like I said, if we gonna talk, then I'm not talking to Sabio. It's very, very clear. I'm not negotiating with
listen,
you.
bro.
I don't care anything.
Just,
No,
bro,
I
okay.
don't. Listen,
I
what
heard
I'm
you,
trying to
brother.
tell
I
you.
think
If
you
you have
made
anything,
that point. Excuse me if
Bro,
I must
I heard
say
you.
listen,
here as an elder.
I'm not talking to slow talk. I'm not slocking I'm not talking
I
to slow
think
talking, Brother Ray. I have nothing to say to
Bro,
you.
listen.
I'm talking
you've
to
I
you.
made
hear
your
I'm
you,
talking
bro.
to
point.
you
I
about how
think
it is. I'm
you
not
and
going to talk
Q
to
should move
Sabio.
on. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I
We
hear,
do
bro.
understand.
And I think
Yeah.
and I think nobody's talking to Brother Ray. I'm talking to
Bro,
you
listen.
about how I'm not going to have a conversation with Sabio. So, like I said, we can get back to our discussion. We can get back to
Can we
our
move
No,
on?
we
discussion.
still in it.
Can we move
Yeah, we can
on?
get back to our discussion. Like I said,
Listen.
I'm not
Leandre in here
talking
crying
childish
because I
dudes.
said
I'm
that
not
was
doing it.
smart. Leandre crying because he said that he wasn't gonna say anything about his
Hey,
debate,
Sabio,
and he crying.
Can you just chill for like 2 minutes while we build? Is that possible? Hey,
Let's deal
Sabio,
with
is
what.
it possible that you
Hey,
just chill? Hey,
hey,
Sabio, is it possible that you just chill while we build real
I
quick?
thought I was on
Q,
mute. My fault. I thought I was on
Q,
mute. I was having a conversation in the
Q.
background. My fault. I thought I
Hold
muted
on,
myself.
hold on. I'm talking to Sabio. Is it
Anyone
possible
hearing
that
me?
you just chill
No,
for a
no,
second
Cube,
while we
Cube,
no.
build?
Cube. I'm good. I'm finna
Hold
mute
on.
myself, bro.
Okay,
Let
he
me
said he's
say
gonna
something.
mute.
Let me say something. Rabbi Lewis was the guest on here. I'm hearing everybody else except him talking. What's going on?
I
Yeah, but that
agree.
nigga's dead already, man. Like that nigga's dead. We talking about
Hey,
some
yo,
other
Q,
shit
you
right
derailing
now.
the conversation, bro.
Bro, I'm not derailing anything, nigga. You've been dead for about like 20 minutes now, nigga. You stink. Listen, I'm talking to this brother, Leandre, and I just want to build with him for a second. He said he got to bounce anyways. He about to bounce in like 2 minutes. That's why I just wanted to chop it up with him.
I
'Cause
feel
I don't.
like that's another forum though, Q.
No, but it's
It's not
it's actually
the
not because the brother has to bounce. He has to leave.
yeah, and on top of that, the owner of
You
the
know what,
channel
man?
asked me to
Fuck
jump
it.
on here. So
Yeah. You know what? Because I actually texted Pianki and I said, "Yo, have Leandre come on, bro." That's what I did, and that's why he's even on here. But you know what? Fuck it, man. Since these niggas want to talk about this stupid shit that they done beat this nigga up on 50 million times, go ahead, man. Fuck it, Leandre. We're talking about this. This shit is stupid.
all right, let's build later.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, what was the topic of the show?
Now, what's ridiculous is I was just trying to chop it up with the dude, and he got to bounce. I'm just trying to chop it up with him for a second, and actually the shit is open for niggas to talk. I'm not saying that y'all can't beat up on Rabbi Lewis 2 minutes from now because the brother got to leave. Y'all can beat up on that
All
nigga
right,
all
man.
night.
All right, y'all go ahead, man. Do what you gotta do. I just jumped on here because like do what
Bro,
you gotta
listen.
do, kid.
Come on, man. Don't put me in that position, bro. I'm not even trying to be an a-hole. I'm just saying, like, let me, like,
Yeah,
come on. We
I'm
gotta
on
get.
mute. I'm on mute.
I can't tell
Cube,
because
let
I
me ask
keep
you a
hearing your
question then.
voice.
Cube, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, brother.
Do you believe in the existence of any God or
No, not
gods?
at all. Not at all. I'm an atheist.
Okay. So question for the debate purposes.
Right.
We understand that it's an epistemological debate, not an ontological one, right? What's in purview is not the existence of God, but the existence, but that the biblical God is would make logical sense, right? Like so. I want to be sure.
Well, just really quick though, it's not only epistemic because ontology overlaps because you claim to believe in a God, so they actually overlap. So I can't say that it's only epistemic.
Well, I don't know why you say that because again, it's not. Is it logical to believe in God? It's not. At least the proposition itself is not ontological. The proposition is epistemological because it has to do with which specific God. And so I don't know. Maybe we need to change the proposition. Maybe we need to change the proposition, but the proposition
okay.
as stated is not ontological.
Oh, okay. So I understand what's going on. So are you telling me that we're talking about a specific God, and I should not bring up the ontological properties that this particular God has?
No, that's not what I'm saying. By very
Oh, okay.
nature of it, by very nature of the being of this God, he would have certain God properties. The point I'm making is that that's not about whether God exists. It's about whether it's logical to believe in the biblical God, as opposed to, like, for example,
Right.
like as opposed to some other God. But and so when you said that ontologically and epistemologically that they overlap, I don't know that I would frame it that way. Those are two categorically distinct things, where ontology is about the being and epistemology is about the how we know and that sort of thing.
Okay. Stop right there, brother. And I want you to say again what you just said. Say that one more time if you remember what you just said.
Well, what I said is that I said I wouldn't say that the two necessarily overlap. I said they're distinct categories. Whereas ontology is about the nature of being, and epistemology is more about specifically how we know.
Okay,
and
great.
so the proposition itself is about is not about, well, the proposition itself is more about the biblical God, not any God at all.
Oh, okay, great. So see, now when you bring up ontology, to me, what I'm trying to tell you is why they overlap is because you have to understand a thing's ontology to even make a logical decision. This is what I'm talking about.
But again, well, right, but that doesn't touch what I said. And
hold on. But if you're gonna say,
maybe having disconnect,
if you're gonna say that
doesn't touch
right,
what I said though.
Hold on, listen. I know it doesn't understand what you're saying because I'm saying something different, and I'm saying the opposite. So if you want to talk about a thing's ontology, and then you want to say, well, we talk about only the epistemic value. No, because if it doesn't have if it doesn't have
that's not what I said though.
No. Listen, I'm not talking about what you were saying per se. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. So if a thing does not have, bro, listen, hear me out. If a thing does not have an ontological value, then it has no reason to be even in a realm of logic.
Okay, well, right. Well, that's what I keep trying to point out is that you're confusing categories left and right here. So you just said, if you're gonna say, and then I told you it's not what I said, and you said I'm not saying that that's what you said. Well, it is. You are saying that's what I said. But what I'm saying here is that the debate itself is not about whether God exists. That's what I'm saying, because we're talking about the nature of being and existence. That's separate. That it's like, for example, if you were to talk about whether I have certain qualities, certain properties, or who. No, sir.
So if we're talking about a thing's nature, you mean to tell me that's not ontology? Are you telling me that to my face?
Okay, no. If you're talking about the nature of being, that's something different. Ontology is about the nature of being. Now, it's about the sort.
Bro, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just repeated back to you what you just said, and you said no.
Okay. Well, I tell you what. I'm going to say it this way, and I'm going to say it frank. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think you know what you're talking when you talk about the subject of ontology or epistemology. I do. And so I hope that you have this sort of stuff sorted out by the 27th. I hope you have this stuff sorted out, because it doesn't seem that you really know what you're talking about. I'll say again, I do know what I'm talking about. And it doesn't seem that you know what these specific categories relate to. What I was saying was, for example, if we were saying, would it make sense to you for you to marry this woman here, right? That would be different than asking whether or not the woman herself, whether women exist. So that's why I asked you the question from the start, to see where the concessions were, to see to make sure that the debate itself is targeted to your specific position. Both of us are going to have to make positive claims and positive assertions, but I really feel like you're going to have a really difficult time, because these sorts of things seem to escape you. But like I said, I guess we'll see that day.
Okay, great. Let me ask you a question. Can a thing exist without ontology?
No.
So you are claiming
Everything,
that God exists.
everything
Whoa,
ontologically, everything that exists exists
brother,
ontologically.
bro, listen, hold on. I just heard you talk, and I didn't
Well,
interrupt
that
you.
wasn't me.
So when I,
Well,
bro,
that wasn't me who
no,
said
it doesn't
something. Somebody
matter
else
if
laughed
it, bro.
before.
It doesn't matter if it was you or not. Now I'm talking again. So just it's cool, brother. I'm not
What are you
panicking,
talking? What are you talking about? You jump in
brother.
and start
I'm not,
talking when somebody else starts laughing,
bro. I'm
and
not.
you act like you
Listen,
said something to me. It wasn't me. What are you talking about?
bro. Stop panicking, bro. Okay, so you said that a
Nobody's
thing can.
panicking. How about you stop
So why are
panicking?
you
How about you?
talking, bro? Why are you talking when you already answered the
Because you
question
keep
and now I
making
want to speak?
ridiculous accusations.
Okay, let me ask
That's
you one
why.
more time. Can the thing exist without ontology?
No, everything exists. Everything that exists
Okay,
exists ontologically.
okay, great. So now what you want to tell me is that we want to talk about does the God of the Bible exist and is it logical, but you don't want to deal with it with the God of the Bible's ontology? Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's the reason why I prefaced the question prior
Brother,
to.
can you answer the
I'm trying.
question, please?
I'm answering your question. I'm going to try to do it in sign language because you don't seem to be comprehending. I am answering your question. What we were talking about was not whether or not some God exists, but whether it is the biblical God that exists, and whether it's logical to believe in the biblical God. That's why I said it's not about the ontology of a God or some God existing, which is why I said maybe what needs to happen is that we need to change the proposition. Because we're not talking about whether the biblical God whether the biblical God exists, is whether it's logical to believe in the biblical God. And so I have all sorts of very logical arguments prepped and ready to go already because I've written on the topic before. So I have all sorts of biblical arguments. I have all sorts of logical arguments ready to go forth. But what I was saying was that does not have anything to do with the nature of God's existing or whether deities exist themselves. That's ontological. It's epistemological,
Okay.
whether we can know that the biblical God himself exists.
Okay. Thank you for that, brother. I appreciate that. So now,
So Tech,
if we
Dr.
want
Ben,
to,
excuse me, I just want to say, Dr. Ben Sutek used to chew guys up like that for breakfast and spit them out. Because we just spent 10 minutes of entirely theology and foolishness. And he's going to argue with Q that he's going, since he going to want to, Q want to present facts, that he ain't on board. Because he ain't bringing no evidence to that debate. I'm sure he ain't bringing no science. So that's my thing. You're going to tell, can Q bring science to your debate? Yeah, and if Q could bring science to debate, I might even listen. Other than that,
People are talking.
Bunch of foolishness.
You don't want people to overtalk you. Stop overtalking people.
See, he wanted to interrupt. He wanted to interrupt really quick to say, "Oh, this has nothing to do with theology," but in actuality, it does. It has everything to do with theology, but it has to do with his theology. Because what he wants to do is hold on, bro. It's cool. He wants to bring his theology into philosophy and try to shoehorn that thing in there. But I'm telling you, brother, it ain't gonna work tonight. Unfortunately for you, it will not work. Because I understand all the BS arguments that you guys come with, and that's cool. And this is the reason why you don't want to say that epistemology overlaps ontology. I understand why you want to do that, because you don't want to delve, when the time comes to ask questions, you don't want to delve into what is the ontology of your God. You don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with it. So it's cool. I understand why you want to. Hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. Whoa. I'm almost done. I understand why you don't want to do that. But guess what? If you don't want to debate, say it now, my brother. Please say it now.
Okay. Well, I tell you what. I'm going to put my logic and philosophy degree up against whatever you're talking about, and then what we'll do is when I come that day, I will define terms. And then what we'll see if Cube actually knows what he's talking about. What we're getting now is a bunch of grandstanding. There was another genius who just chimed in a second ago and started talking about whether you're going to bring science, which is ridiculous. Which is ridiculous as a question in and of itself. I don't know if that's. I don't. So what I'm doing is I'm addressing multiple people who just spoke. One of which who just spoke about you and I. And so I'm going to address everything that I want to talk about. You can listen. That's what you can do right now for the time being. No, it's not. No, that's not before we go forth. I'm in the middle of saying something. So as I was saying, those sorts of very ridiculous questions that are being asked shows that that some of the people who comment on these topics are totally inept of even what modern empirical sciences are there to show and there to prove. And so when you say that sort of question, it's like asking for archaeological evidence that sees across the Rubicon. These are ridiculous questions. There are certain fields that are in purview for every field of study, and then there are certain things that are not in purview. Asking for theological evidence of I don't know, Dostoevsky.
Nobody asked for theological evidence. By
Okay,
the way.
okay.
So you're attempting to sell an argument. You're attempting to sell an argument that no one made. You're attempting to sell an argument that no one made. Go ahead.
Okay, Q. Watch this. When we show up to the debate, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show up with the picture of my degree as well as my college credits in the area of logic and philosophy, and so because what I'm going to show you is what I just did. It's called an argument from analogy. What I was not doing was a straw man. What I did is I drew a parallel between what that person said and what I did is then I showed an analogy of it.
Let him finish.
Order in the court. What in the Sam? What?
Well, Pianki, here's what's going on. So I just made an analogy. And in Cube and all the genius just tried to say.
Can everybody mute except Leandre, please? Because I can't hear nothing.
For archaeological evidence that sees across the Rubicon. In either case, I don't know who's somebody's echoing in the background, but in either case, what I just did is I just drew what's called an argument from analogy. It's a perfectly logical form of argument. It's an inductive form of argument. What I did is I just showed the weakness of that question about showing scientific evidence for God. I just showed the weakness of that by an analogy. I reasoned from the specific to the specific. The genius Cube, who has no idea what logic is, who has no idea what philosophy is, just came back and accused me of a straw man argument. There is a logical fallacy called the false charge of fallacy. And it's what Cube just committed just now when he accused me of putting forth a straw man's argument. It just shows, again, Cube is totally inept in the area of logic. And so this means that Cube is going to be absolutely bodied. Everybody's going to come and witness a dead body when I walk circles around him simply by jumping in and defining terms. I cannot wait to put forth a logical syllogism and ask him to respond to the specific premises that I put forth. I cannot wait until that day happens because Cube, again, has no idea what he's talking about, like at all. I doubt very seriously Cube is sat.
How many times are you gonna say that, brother? Until we can
as many times as I want to. As I said,
y'all got Leandre turning up. What in the
L.
hell?
Ron Hubbard had a lot of theories too. You remind me a lot of L. Ron Hubbard.
Listen, what this dude just did, he falsely accused me because someone else spoke. He attributed a fallacy to me, which I didn't even make. But it's cool though, brother. So bring your fucking degree, and that's cool. I ain't got no problem with that. Bring your degree, and I'm gonna drag that fucking degree in the mud the same way I'm gonna do your face, nigga. How about that? Because I'm gonna tell you this. Whoa. I tell you what. Nigga, hey, listen, bro. It's not your bro. Listen, I'm trying to be nice to you. It's not your time to speak. I was quiet when you spoke. Now shut the fuck up.
Out of Negroes like you, big dog.
Please. Hey, look at this. When the brother spoke, I was quiet. Now that I'm speaking, he got something to say. Isn't this weird?
Yeah.
Isn't this weird?
But now you get to pop.
Can you mute your mic?
Can you please
be
quiet, bro?
What's gonna do to my face?
Can you please be quiet, bro?
No, I ain't being quiet.
Okay.
I got threatened a second ago.
Order in the
nigga,
court.
Nobody ain't threatening you, nigga.
Order in the
nigga,
court.
you just said you was gonna beat me up and I shouldn't show up. But now that I say I'm gonna drag your fucking face through the mud, your pussy starts to bleed.
Okay. Everybody.
The booty bandit needs to apologize for the threat.
Bro, listen, stop with that crazy shit and let me speak, bro.
Everybody mute except Cube, please. Cube, go ahead.
Right. This nigga right here is a chip off the old block, a crack rock. Get this nigga the fuck out of here. And this is exactly what I'm gonna do to this nigga on Sunday. What this nigga said was, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my fucking philosophy degree. Nigga, who gives a fuck about your philosophy degree? If this nigga even had a philosophy, degree, he would even understand that 99.9% of philosophers disagree with this stupid motherfucker. Because 99.9% of
Bam.
philosophers are, hold on, because 99.9% of philosophers are atheists. You stupid motherfucker. So it's okay. So you know what? Bring your philosophy. Hold on, brother. Shut your fucking mouth, nigga. I'm tired of you talking. So you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? You're gonna bring your philosophy degree.
What's all the
and I'm
anger about? What's all the
No, bro. Listen, no. This is, bro. Listen, this is not
what
anger
did
at all.
what did I miss? I went on Sinetta
Bro,
trying to promote the channel.
Nah, listen, bro.
killed.
Listen, hold on. This is not anger. This brother just told me that he's gonna do this and do that to me. So I'm just giving him the same energy he gave me. That's all. I can't listen. When the brother first came on, I said, "Hey, peace to that brother Leandre." Hey, Leandre, did I say that to you? Yes or no? Oh, not a bitch
Yes,
ass
sir.
nigga can't speak. Oh, okay,
nigga,
good.
nigga, your daddy is the one for marrying your mama.
Exactly. look at him. Look, what you just said, bro? Say it again.
I say you never be half the man your mama was. That's what I said.
Wow.
Yo, look at this. Listen, bro. This
And
is
this
how you know
supposed
when
to be
you
a
got a nigga.
Christian.
Yo,
This
this is
supposed
how
to be
you
a
know when you
Christian.
got a nigga. Hold on, this is how you know when you got a nigga. Because as much shit as he talked about Sabio, because Sabio, no disrespect, Sabio, he talked about my mom, he talked about my dead mother and said all this crazy shit. Now this bitch ass nigga is doing the same fucking thing. And I said this, I said, bro, I'm not on Sabio's side because he talked about mother. I don't fuck with him like that. And now look at this whole ass nigga. He doing the same thing. Hey, listen, fuck nigga, I got you, boy. I'm in your head, nigga. And now that I'm in your head, I'm just gonna destroy your fucking doctrine because 99.9% of philosophers agree with me. So who the fuck you gonna bring? What, you gonna go to some motherfucking creationists and talk and use their talking points? Nigga, you're fucking dead. You're so stupid. You can't even use your degree to understand that epistemology and this shit overlaps. You're fucked. You're done. And that's cool. And I'm gonna wear your ass out over the course of about 2 hours, fuck nigga, because you just don't know. You wanna look at me like, oh, hey, listen, let me tell you something, bro. I don't have a philosophy. Hold on, I don't have a philosophy degree. I don't. But guess what? You know what I do have? I have thousands upon thousands of other philosophers that I'm gonna delve in and bring to your motherfucking face. The ones who you would even look at and say, these are my peers. I'm gonna bring your peers to your motherfucking face to tell you how stupid you are, how stupid you are, and how you're gonna lose. And it's gonna be bad, bro. Because you know what? Stupid niggas like you, Christians like you niggas always lose. So I want to ask you this one last question before I pass it over. This one last question. Since you hold on, brother, shit, bro, please be quiet, bro. Please, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to please be quiet so I can finish because I was totally quiet. I never said a word when you spoke. When it comes to people like you who have a philosophy degree, would you be able to tell me amongst your peers in a percentage? Because I know you're gonna say some bullshit. I can't give you an exact number. When it comes to your peers, what percentage of them are atheists, and what percentage of those people? Oh, great. Okay. When it comes to your peers, what percentage of them are atheists, and what percentage of them actually write the fucking literature that your stupid ass read? Go, nigga.
Okay, so anyway, so I'm gonna start off by saying your mama, and then now I'll answer your question. The vast majority, I don't have the exact percentage, but I can get in. Don't worry, you'll have it at the day of the debate. The vast majority of philosophers are theists or deists. The vast majority of them are not atheists, despite the fact you said 99.9% of them are. With the advancements of in the resurgence of things like Anselm's ontological argument and various others, philosophers. The theism has made its way back into the realm of philosophy. Now, 30 years ago or so, that certainly was not something that was the case, but majority of them now are objectivists, and they all realize that they have to anchor their objectivism into something that is likewise objective, and then that will be God. So I don't know why you said 99.9% of them are atheists, because I don't think that you'll be able to prove that. But yeah, and as far as how many authored the books that I read, I would probably say the vast majority of them, because the vast majority of philosophers themselves are theists or deists. Plenty of them are Christians. As a matter of fact, the leading philosopher at Oxford, which is like the pinnacle of education anyway, Oxford University. That's Richard Swinburne, and Richard Swinburne himself is a Christian philosopher. So yeah, but for the very reason that you need to be an objectivist, in most of these cases, to be a philosopher, you're going to need to be anchored in something. So yeah, so I don't know where you get it from, but because you don't read any philosophy, I don't know where you got your 99.9% number from.
Hey, Pianki.
Pianki, can I share my screen real quick, bro?
Hold on. You know, I'm gonna
In
let
either
y'all.
case,
I'm gonna let y'all build. Go ahead.
I gotta go ahead on the run flat.
I just want to
Listen,
share
this
my
nigga
screen.
is so
Hold
fucking.
on.
Now, let him go.
I just want to share my screen
What
for
you
you,
say,
Q.
bro?
This nigga's really
What you say,
dead
Dre?
right now.
I said I got to run into the seminar right now. So as some of the people know, I'm a law student, so I got to run into
Yeah,
a
run,
seminar right
nigga.
now.
That's what you better
Hold
do.
on,
Run,
y'all
nigga,
quiet.
run.
Hold on. All right, Dre. Hey, I appreciate you coming on, jumping into the Wolves den. We'll talk later, bro. The 27th is going down. Y'all see it's already heated. I'll
Man,
check
these
in
ain't
with
them
you later,
but
bro.
kittens in here. These ain't them but kittens in here, big dog.
Yo, Q.
All right, bro.
Yo,
I'll check in
Pianki,
with
can
you
I
later.
share my screen?
Hey, Dre, I'm gonna tell you right now. I bow to you, bro. I appreciate you for coming and taking the challenge, bro. I appreciate it. With all the other bullshit aside, thanks for coming in. And I'm gonna work you, nigga.
I just want to share my screen because he just said something, and Q was kind of right
Go
on
ahead.
He just lied. He just lied.
on his
I can pull it
percentages
up.
of atheists. I got it for you. Don't worry, I got you, bro.
Savior,
I just
while
wanted
you
to do
going
this.
in, I do want to reference Rabbi Lewis here because there was the difference in this guy's conversation who left and Rabbi Lewis. At least Rabbi Lewis is trying to find a migration. At least he understood there are points and times in which cultures were migrating, as he understood in the expulsion in 1412. And my point is, it was a whole difference, both sharing the same basically premises, but presented from two totally different ideologies. One feasible with Rabbi Lewis, and the other one, he wants to argue theology with Q. You know, so the thing is gonna be the next argument, Pianki, gonna come to the ancient alien thing. This is where this is headed. You get me? Because we deal with theology.
So let me read this real quick. It says,
Hey,
Gary
hold on. Before you read that, bro, when I said the 99.9, I was just kind of messing with him. But the truth of the matter is the philosophy that we get, this shit comes from atheists. Every single every single piece of literature that comes from philosophers, the majority of that shit is atheistic, bro. Period. But go ahead, guys. I see what you're about to show.
Yeah, it says Gary Gutting. A recent survey by Phil Papers, the online philosophy index, says that 62% of philosophers are atheists, with another 11% in quote unquote inclined to the view. And this was taken on February the 9th, 2014. Isn't that interesting? So it seems like the Christian just came up here and did what Christians do. About 3/4 of philosophers in that field believe in God, although a survey of all philosophers, primarily analytic from English-speaking countries a few years ago, shows that only about 1/4 are theists.
Bro, hold on. What is 1/4 of a whole? Isn't that only 25%? So that would actually make that would make 75% are fucking atheists. And this is really what I was trying to say. This is what I was really trying to say is that the overwhelming majority of the philosophical literature comes from atheists. The stupid shit that he reads, these niggas are the black sheep. That little 25%. That's the black sheep that nobody even fucking agrees with. No different than how you have science. Like, okay, you got science, right? And then you got these motherfuckers who will produce some shit that these anti-science motherfuckers say, look, this is what a vaccine is good. Of course there's people of course there are scientists that are gonna say, oh, the vaccine isn't good and we shouldn't do it. Of course you're gonna have idiots like that. This is the same fucking apple he's biting off of, but he doesn't fucking understand that the majority of the shit comes from atheists. Even when he starts to talk about this ontological shit, this epistemological shit,
Yo, that
this
shit was
comes
stupid.
from, bro, this shit
He
comes
was
from atheists.
lost.
Then a nigga try to say that it doesn't overlap. How the fuck do you have a degree and you don't understand that to know something and you don't have to know its properties? Which is, man, this nigga's dead, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo,
Man,
I was over
y'all
here in
did some
tears.
bullshit.
February 27th. Is it logical?
Bro, I'm finna kill this
believe.
nigga, bro.
Hey,
I
hey,
swear to
Bianchi,
God, I'm finna kill this
Listen.
nigga.
hey,
This
Bianchi,
gonna be a good debate.
hey, Bianchi.
No, it ain't.
Yo, this nigga doesn't even
What's going
understand
on?
that when you have this nigga, hold on, let me say this last thing and then I'm gonna chill. This nigga doesn't understand that if we want to talk about something epistemic, and this is the question I asked. I said, okay, well, if something exists, doesn't it also have an ontological property? The nigga said, yeah. But he doesn't want to talk about ontology. Explain to me why he doesn't want to talk about ontology. Because you know what, when we begin to talk about ontology, you know what he's going to be faced with? He's going to face with the ontological fucking paradoxes. And he don't want to deal with these fucking paradoxes. That is fucking God. Because God is so strong. God can do all of these things, but God can't do, man, listen, I'm going to kill this. Man, get this nigga the fuck out of here, man. Like this, man, come on, man. Stop it.
So
Yeah,
if you're
this gonna be
debating
funny.
him, why are you showing your hand?
Bro, that's why I just cut myself off right there. I just cut myself off. That's exactly why I just cut myself off. I just cut myself off right there. Like, this nigga is dead. And then now, hold on.
Hey,
You know
Google
what?
been waiting to say that for about 5 minutes.
And you
Right.
know what? Listen. I didn't
I've
even know the
been
nigga.
waiting
I didn't even know
more than
I
that,
didn't even know he
actually.
had a listen, I didn't even know the nigga. I didn't even know he had a philosophy degree. But now that I know that he knows that, oh my God. Now this shit opens up so much shit for me. So you don't know how much this shit
Google was
opens up.
like, what is he doing? Hey,
Yeah.
I've
look,
been trying to
man,
tell him
I think this gonna be one of our best debates, though, man. I really do.
Bro, this shit, bro, this nigga done opened up so many lanes for me. This nigga
And
don't know.
I think
he's
this
like
gonna be both of y'all. This gonna be both of y'all first debate on the channel too, if I'm not mistaken.
Bro, man, this nigga's like a bowling alley right now. Like, his lanes are open, bro. I swear to God, this nigga's finna try to bring his fucking bullshit ass. Like, nigga, that's a trophy, nigga. What are you talking
Well,
about?
you know, if I must say,
I need somebody. I need somebody to step up and challenge Savio, man.
yeah,
Don't nobody want to challenge me, man. Don't nobody want to don't nobody.
Zion, I talked to Zion after you got off. I don't think that's gonna work out. I need somebody to step up.
I'm gonna tell you. The things that I speak on about Paul, I have too many scholars that agree with me on the things I say on Paul, all over that I can reference. And can't nobody really talk to me about the Ottoman Empire. What can they talk to me about that on? What? What can they bring to me?
And before you finish,
that they're going to be hold on, brother
say,
Ray, because what can they be bringing to me to challenge me on the Ottoman Empire?
What I want to say is there's the real thing that I realized in my old age, Bianchi, is that they don't seem to realize it, as much as I understand about the religion, that just because I don't agree, you got to have all these insults, never taking into consideration that I have family members and friends who are dear to me who believe in some type of religion. Mm-hmm. And for you to insult me because I don't agree with you, you understand? Well, I got family members who I love and are dear to me, and I don't agree with their, you know, that's the insult I find, you know. And that gentleman, he was a little arrogant in that manner. Like you say, what happened? The arrogance of someone not understanding the difference with the Rabbi Miller, rabbi guy. That's the difference right there alone. The arrogance, because I didn't believe that he felt that, you were less or something. So that's something that you would think, and I mean with this, that here in the 21st century, and Christianity and religion on the decline as a whole, because too much reality is out there for you to discover, that you would say, well, I can understand why people doubt, but to call you fools and ignorant and because you didn't want to discuss that and you don't know, I just laughed at it, because I always tell Sabio, these guys call themselves scholars. Those grandmaster teachers, Ben Williams, even Aisha Hiller don't get enough credit. These Negroes couldn't tie their shoes. They come on here off the internet like they scholars that read 2 books, where these men that wrote 15 and 20 books, been in the field
Rabbi
research.
Lewis, Elder Rabbi Lewis say he 30 years old and he done wrote 33 books.
Well, yeah.
So he was writing since he was 3. He been writing books since he was 3.
No, it's just he just put out a lot of books. He put out like
He just
writes. He got like 3-4 books out.
Yeah,
see,
and it
I
does.
keep telling him that he needs to spend more time on his craft, but he don't listen to me.
And see, the thing about it is, I would like somebody to try to challenge me on the things I say about Paul.
Hey, but I cut the elder off. Go, my bad. Go.
No, I would just end by saying that common sense ain't always common. We could define things with the biggest words in the world and not have the total logic of simple common sense, So I just thought that he didn't use that in his principle. And I would like to know what kind of rapport he has with those who don't agree in his family with his faith. You get me? Do you insult them? I mean, so or you go sit down and have a conversation why you don't. And here's I'm going. I keep saying that. My only thing about all these.
Take your time.
My only thing about all these religious faiths that have came across, some developing, new ones coming up every day, is, and you have your right to decide what fits you, but to not take the time to go back and look at your own, to just as a foundation, to begin to determine what doesn't fit you, what does fit you, but not to have a clue and you jump on board everybody else's culture. And the moment someone say go back and look at your own, you got all kind of Bibles and all kind of aliens talk and all kind of hoopla. So my thing is, as much as I love the people who don't agree with me, that are dear to me, I will always tell them that it is important to start and look at your own. Start at the beginning and get a true picture so that we can have a discussion. Thank you, Pianki.
Oh, no.
If I could say, I
Go ahead.
really came on here because I wanted to challenge 2 things that I heard Rabbi Lewis say. Well, the first thing he said was really wild. I don't know. He said that the Euphrates, the original Euphrates, was in Africa. Now, I don't know where he got that from, but either he made it up or the person he got that from made it up. But that's not true. And another thing, the other thing he said was that he tried to imply, or he said it before, that Muhammad was black. And he kept going to this Iranian person that wrote that Muhammad was black. But the person that wrote that comes way after other sources that saying Muhammad was white. So what I wanted to get from him is, why do you take the later source that say he was black, but you ignore the earlier one that say he was white? Wouldn't that be a sort of a cognitive bias on your part?
But it'll go with what he said about you know how he basically said those who are following the Bible are going to hell because they're not following the Quran. It'll follow that logic.
Yeah. And the Bible was there before the Quran.
And the Bible was there before the Quran. But he said
Bible,
all those, so everybody who followed the Bible is going to hell.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not even, I wasn't even going to go down that road with him. But yeah, that's another thing. But if we want to take the very first literature we have about Muhammad comes in the 9th and 10th centuries.
9th and 10th centuries, yeah.
And in those, most of those are like the hadiths and stuff. And they do picture Muhammad as not only as a white man who owned black slaves.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying he was white like he was European, but you know, those Arabs, some of them are really light. And if the literature is saying that Muhammad is white.
Peace to y'all. Thanks for letting me come on. I'm about to work on this debate. I'm finna dig in this nigga ass. Peace to y'all, man.
All right, peace, Q.
Hey, Q, well, fired up now.
But you see, I know you looking for a debate for me, Pianki, but really, and you know, it showed me last week when because you know me, Najee, Nobody, and Joe Pearson was supposed to have a build about if Paul was teaching differently than Jesus. It was supposed to be last Tuesday. So I goes in was it last Wednesday? I think it was last Wednesday or last Tuesday, one of those days. So I go in the chat around the time that Joe said he'll be ready. And I asked Nobody in the G, are they ready? Nobody, like, I get off at 8. What do you mean you get off at 8? You the one who said 4.
So did y'all reschedule?
For what? They ran. You showed me that you wanted no smoke. You told me 4 o'clock. We can go in the back chat. I can pull it all up, the whole conversation where we decided 4 o'clock because he had to make sure it was good for Najit. Because at first we were having a problem with Najiti's time. Najit said 4 o'clock. We did agree to 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock shows up. I don't get off till 8.
You know, one of the big problems they would have in the debates with Sabio is that a little bit of this is coming more to the front as we begin to follow and pursue the information. It is that after those, and you heard that guy, I asked him, after they were expelled out of Spain, if it had not been for the empire that was in the East, which were the Ottomans, that Jewish history and all that Jewish culture might be a lot different, because the Christians were killing the Jews there, you know, and they were literally on the run. So, and fortunately, that they had these protectors, if you follow what I mean, because we're talking about military might. Who are you running from? If you don't have the power, of course you're running. So they didn't have the power. They knew they had the idea, they had the technology, they had the inventions, and they had the methodology in marketing and trade and all those things. So, you know, it was the Ottomans who allowed them to come into the Middle East after 1412, like the guy was talking, and allowed them, but he didn't mention that part, Sabio, that it was the Ottomans who allowed them to continue their practices, their cultures, and those things as long as they were paying taxes. There he is. He's back. He can talk about a little of this stuff now.
Oh yeah, he don't know. He don't. You see, those are things that I don't think most people actually know about. You know, the taxes that allowed the Ottomans to continue to practice their religions and things like that.
Sabio, what you think about you and Rabbi Lewis, man?
In a debate on what?
On the Ottomans and they and what they did with regards to our people and pushing forth Islam
to their role in the sub-Saharan slave trade.
Absolutely.
And how if it wasn't for the sub-Saharan slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade wouldn't have started, because it all links up with it all links up to the Silk Roads.
Absolutely. And why it's foolish for any Black person, in my opinion, to follow Islam, considering those practices are the precursor for our oppression. So I mean it's a bunch of different ways you could go with that particular discussion. But
I mean, I know I got so much information on this.
And I just want to throw this out here because, you know, we give Rabbi Lewis a lot of flack, but Rabbi Lewis will come on and chop it up with whoever, anytime, any place. So, and there's a lot of people who won't do that. There's a lot of people who be in the back chat writing books, but don't never want to come on the show. So the brother come on anytime, any place, talk to whoever. So, and at the very least, we can give him props for that.
I mean, that's cool, but I mean, what is he going to be presenting? That it is good for Africans to be Muslims? No, it isn't. African Americans to be Muslim. I mean, they were the first ones inside the continent to and I just read the Zand Revolt to him in the 8th century. Like, that should let him know that Arabs was looking at Africans as evil, dirty, uneducated, cheapest slaves in the market. I just read it from the Zand Revolt. So, I mean, like, these are things that is coming from historians. And I have much more on this.
I know where Rabbi Lewis gets some of his theories from, but some of it is really pseudo, because one of the ideas that they use is that that Islam is really from the Bedouin Arabs, those in the south of the peninsula towards Yemen. But they're not really the ones that started Islam. If you really look at the original Islam, it's more like a cross section of Christians, Jews, and some other pagans like the Sabians and some others that really started Islam. So it may have actually got more influence in Arabia when the Bedouins, when they started to convert, but they were not the originators of
it. And I still look at it because we have to deal with the reality. I call it boots on the ground. What were you living like? How were you living? What were your school systems? What kind of job? Just normal life. And this is why I say that their most prosperous time in history is written under the rulership of the Ottomans in the Middle East. Now, we go all into the Middle East, but their most prosperity came after 1452. After 1452, before they took Constantinople. And then, because a lot of them mercenaries are joining up and they were funding, you know, the Ottomans and stuff with these mercenaries. My point is that that diversity, if you had nowhere to flee, what would that culture be like today? It's just like living how these Bible talkers, how you gonna talk about the Bible and you don't say nothing about Roman Empire.
Can I
How
read?
you gonna talk about Egypt and the Nile Valley? You say nothing about the Egyptian Empire. West Africa, you say nothing about the Songhai Empire. That's the same when you go east.
Can I read something real quick?
Than the Han Empire out of China, So, but my thing is, let's put things in this proper perspective. So that's the only thing I had about Lewis, other than the other spooky stuff. But he did have it right about the migrations and those things. And like Sabio was trying to say that the idea of saying these were black, when that the term that he's trying to represent them as even isn't even used then. And that for the most part that they were not pure black African races. If there were converts and some of them converted, so maybe he's speaking about that, but to make it seem like it was indigenous to African culture, I'll never agree with that. Never.
Can I read something real quick? Because this is funny, what I just found. And it's crazy how I just found it. It says, and this is about the Berbers and the Moors and things like that. In early modern Iberia, slavery was not exclusively associated with racial categories as it would be in the colonial Americas. All available sources indicate that sub-Saharan Africans and their descendants, often referred to as blacks, constituted a significant segment of Iberia's slave populations during the 15th and 16th centuries. One recent study suggests that as many as 350,000 to 400,000 African captives may have been transported to Spain and Portugal during the 2 centuries from 1440 to 1640. However, during the era in question, one's religious background, political loyalties, and geographical origins also played key roles in determining who was eligible to be enslaved. Many enslaved women and men in Iberia were Muslims born in North Africa or the Eastern Mediterranean, either captured or bought or purchased as slaves in foreign or local markets. Alongside these Moors and Berberiscos were Iberians of Muslim ancestry known as Moriscos. Though some enslaved Muslims and Moriscos were black or of mixed racial background, many were described as white slaves. Iberia's slaves population also included smaller numbers of captives brought from India and China, as well as native Canary Islanders and indigenous peoples from the Americas. So this is to tell you that before the dumb diverses, anybody was being enslaved in certain parts of the world. And you also had what? The majority of the Moors were white.
I was one of that.
And this comes from
Rabbi Lewis.
And this comes from Iberian roots of the transatlantic slave trade, 1440 to 1640.
Okay, can I respond to that, Bianca, please? I've been quiet for like an hour.
Yeah, you left. We were yeah, go ahead and speak.
Yeah, the conversation got derailed for like a half an hour.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Bianca, you there?
No, you can go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Yes, I've quoted multiple times unequivocally on this platform. There's an excellent book you should read by Robert C. Davis called Christian Slaves and Muslim Masters by Robert C. Davis, who's a scholar. He brings down his work how the anybody familiar, the Arabs were black. Black is the blackest ink with no white was their teeth. And that they enslaved millions of white Christians. So the Black Moors, or the Barbary Wars, were renowned for their black skin, and they were trading white Europeans, millions of them. And this could be found in Robert C. Davis's work, Christian Slaves and Muslim Masters, Robert C. Davis. So, and he makes it crystal clear that the Moors were black as the blackest ink, with no white to be shown but their teeth. Hey.
I heard you, but this is coming from people. And like I said, I can also go to the Portuguese in West Africa, where they talk about the Moriscos and the Berberiscos, and they're mentioned as white slaves. And see, as I said,
Correct.
before,
Well-
hold up.
Sure.
And nowhere is there ever mention of Arabs being black in anything that I've ever read. Ever.
That is so bogus.
So no, you're so bogus. But see, there's one thing that I need you to pay attention to, because before 1452, they were using anyone as slaves. They were using white people as slaves, Indians as slaves, and it depended on, what did I just read? Your social, your economic, your religious background. Those were also played roles into how you were enslaved. But there were things, laws, decrees, treaties and things written up between countries, empires, kings, queens, emperors, that said that we're not going to enslave Christians, Jews, and Muslims.
Okay, this is the same claim by Robert Spencer that the Umayyad Caliphate didn't have any coins minted with the Shahada on it, therefore Muhammad didn't exist. There's a scholar named Dana Reynolds. She notes in her discussion of the Muslim conquest of the Moors who ruled the Iberian Peninsula.
I know he didn't just bring Dana Mariniche into this conversation.
Dana Reynolds says, and I quote, anyone familiar with the Arabic writings of the Syrian, Iraqi, and Iranian historians up to the 14th century know that the Arabs were described as blacker than the blackest ink, with no shred of white but their teeth. Let's go on to scholar Dana Reynolds said that.
Wait, Rabbi Lloyd, I don't mean to cut you off, but when was that source written?
Dana Reynolds noted in her discussion.
Dana Mariniche Reynolds. I know exactly who you're talking about. I hate her book.
Let him go, because I want to hear this.
Yeah, Dana Reynolds notes in her discussion the Muslim conquest on the Moors who ruled the Iberian Peninsula. She said, and I quote, anyone familiar with the Arabic writings of the Syrian, Iraqi, and Iranian historians up to the 14th century know that the Arabs were described as blacker than the blackest ink, with no shred of white but their teeth. That's a quote from the scholar Dana Reynolds. You can find this information in my book, African Origins of Holy Prophets.
Okay, great. That was one of the questions I have for you. So why do you disregard? Why do you accept that source, but you disregard the earlier sources that said Muhammad was white?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, sure. I'll respond to that. Let me pull it up. Okay.
You can't just respond off the top of your head.
Okay, Bernard, not me, Lewis, not Rabbi, Bernard Lewis is a scholar, academic. Yeah. He says, he points out this regard. There are verses, many verses which suggest hatred or contempt against people of African origin, right? So Bernard Lewis is establishing that there are anti-African literature in Islam. However, most of all this certainly belongs to later periods historically. So the scholar, PhD Bernard Lewis, says in his work that verses that assert hatred or contempt for African people belongs to later periods historically, right? Okay, now let's stand on the shoulders of the giants. Let's prove that Muhammad was black. For we got Dr. Ben saying.
Oh my goodness gracious! Come on, man.
Dr. Ben said he was black.
No, please, please,
before you go to Dr. Ben,
don't use Dr. Ben.
No, so you're saying all the sources that says Muhammad was white was what was wrong?
No, Bernard Lewis, who's a scholar, said that any anti-African sentiment in Islam belonged to later periods. Because remember, after the Umayyad fell.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I asked you a specific question. I said, you accept the source that says the Arabs were black that came in the 14th century, but you have literature, Islamic literature in the 9th and 10th century that says Muhammad was white, and you disregard that. Why?
Yes. Yeah, just like you don't understand. I took Arabic courses, so it's like when you see you have white coffee, when your coffee's white, it's actually a lighter shade of brown. It doesn't mean it's literally white. First thing. Second thing, as I explored earlier, the whole black and white paradigm, on Paradigm Shift TV, the black and white paradigm is an 18th, 19th century invention. So when you look at history through the lens of black and white.
Century.
Yeah,
but that's fine.
History,
but
let me finish, bro. when you look at history through the lens of black, white, Negro, Caucasian, Mongoloid, you're gonna make errors exegetically because those terms didn't exist back then. These are new terms, modern
I got
terms.
that.
Let me
I got
let me
that. But
let me say
wait,
something.
before
Hold
you
on,
go,
let me
Savior,
finish what I'm saying, please. And now you're the
before
floor,
you
'cause I've
go,
been quiet
I
for a
have to
time.
address what you just said because
But
I feel that you're responding, but you're not responding to what I'm saying. If you're
sure,
saying we can't use black and white,
correct. If you want to go back in
wait,
history before the
no,
18th
just let me get
century,
it out. Let me
sure,
get
go
it
ahead.
out. Let
Sure.
me get it out. The source, both sources we're talking about is before whatever you're talking about. So if white does not apply as white in the 10th century, then black does not apply as black in the 14th century. So
Correct.
so
Yes, I
you're
would agree with
using a
that.
double standard.
No,
So
you're throwing the baby out the
Yo,
bathwater.
yo,
No,
yo, yo,
hold on,
no,
Savior, let me respond to that.
no. Let me respond because it seemed like you just totally ignored what
I
I just
didn't. Let me
read.
respond. I've been quiet for like half an hour.
Hold on, because it seems like you totally ignored what I just read, where it distinctly said, and I read the years when they was using the words black to
And I told you the
describe.
term black and white
Hold
are
up, no, they're not, because this
Yes,
was
they
in the
are.
1500s, bro. This was in the 1500s when they were describing these Africans as
Dude, if
black.
you look up black and white in any
Yo,
dictionary, they tell you.
Listen. I'm reading it from the sources, bro. Like I said, I can also go into the Portuguese in West Africa where they was using the word black to
Hold on, were
describe
these
Africans.
letters written
Hold
in
on,
English?
this is 1415
Hold on, I'm
through
asking you a
6.
question. Were these
I
letters
don't
written
need
in English?
these letters was written in the language that the Portuguese spoke, and then they were
So what is the
translated into
Portuguese word
English.
for
So
black?
hold up.
That's the
So
question.
the Portuguese word for black was negro. So that word was changed to black in the
So there's
Portuguese in
two.
West
Hold on,
Africa,
stop
sir.
there. There's two. You do know.
No,
Hold
you
on, hold
stop.
on.
No, you stop.
Go ahead.
You stop, because it seems like you are totally trying to ignore the fact that I just read that in the 1400s, they were using the terms black to describe Africans.
No, first of all, in Spanish, there's two words for black. You got Moreno and Negro. They both mean black. Moreno are the Moors. The Negro can apply to other African ethnic groups. Second thing, your beloved Dr. Ben, who you guys hold in high esteem, in his book African Origins of the Major Western Religions by Joseph Ben Yakanan, 1991, said, and I quote, "None of the gods, prophets, or founders of these three religions, Judaism, Christian, and Islam, were indigenous to Europe or Caucasian. Judaism and Islam both have indigenous Africans in their leadership roles from the first day of their recorded origin. Islam had Muhammad, whose grandfather was of African origin. Al-Shahid describes the Prophet Muhammad placed Muhammad in the family of the black race." So
We just told you
Dr.
not
Ben
to
said his
use
own
Dr.
work.
Ben, because we just asked you not to use Dr. Ben, because the one
He
thing we don't like
understood
doing.
that was myth. He understood all that's myth.
And you see, that's what I did. I was trying to stop, but it's because he likes to do what? He likes to appeal to authority. And I asked you not to use Dr. Ben
Appeal to
because we
authority.
do hold it.
Muhammad,
Hold
let's
up.
read that again.
No. Muhammad was not black. We all know Muhammad was not black. You have to stop perpetuating this
So what Dr.
nonsense
Ben
to
said,
us.
hold on, let's read that again.
Stop. Because sometimes Dr. Ben talks from a theological standpoint. Do I have to go and play Dr. Ben's video where he told us as Africans not to go to Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, where he called them the vomit? Do I have to show you this? Hush. Because I'm asking, all I need you to do is answer me yes or no. Do I need to show you this where Dr. Ben said, do not go to Christianity, Judaism, and Islam? It's the vomit. Because you're trying to quote Dr. Ben and use him to say that he's saying that these religions are African, but he just said they weren't in another video. So that book that you use, it is nonsense, because he was talking from what? A theological standpoint. He knew what he was doing. He was writing a story to do what? Appease the masses. He knew that shit was fake. but he was a what? He was born into their religion. So he had to do what? Riot like that. We all understand that. That's why we ask you not to use Dr.
Hold on, okay,
Ben,
you done?
because it makes
Okay, you
it
done.
makes people like us who loves his works. It makes us have to take a stance against some of the things he said, and we don't like doing that.
Okay,
So
let's take,
please,
hold on, okay, you done?
so please,
Let me finish now. You done, right?
so please, don't use Dr. Ben
Okay, sure.
around
So
us.
come on, bro. Just mute your mic for a second, man. Okay.
Nah,
So
I
we
muted my
don't use
mic.
we don't have to use Dr. Ben. What about George Wells Parker? The children of the son by George Wells Parker, who said, note the fact that Muhammad was a black Arab. Oh, what about J.A. Rogers from Sex and Race Volume 1, Negro Caucasian mixing the ages in all lands, who said Muhammad himself was a Negro? Oh, what about Shingentu Diop from his work, African Origins of Major Western Religions by Shingentu Diop? Excuse me, the African Origins of Civilization by Shingentu Diop. The entire Arab people, including Prophet Muhammad, was of mixed Negro blood. No, what about Menadou Chinelio's work, Africans and the Birth and Spread of Islam by Menadou Chinelio? What about Ivan Van Sertima, Golden Age of the Moor, who said African blood figures prominent in Muhammad's lineage? But let's keep going. You can find all this information in my book, African Origins. Wayne B. Chandler, who wrote the book Ebony and Bronze, Race and Ethnicity in Early Arabia and the Islamic World. What about Renuku Rashidi, bless his soul, who wrote the book African Presence in Early Asia, who said, all the chronicles that survive intact agree that Israel and Muhammad were the black race. A careful examination of history reveals that the Prophet Muhammad was of the black race and was black in complexion. So if you say Muhammad was white, you're an idiot, because I just gave you 6 different sources. I gave you, what about John William Draper's work? We can just keep going. I gave you 7 sources saying Muhammad was black from
Right
7
now,
renowned black scholars.
Hold on, Sabia.
I'm going to go to a scholar right now that isn't a black scholar, but is a top scholar. This is an Arab scholar that I'm using. Okay, I'm going to use an Arab scholar.
Before you go there, what you provided, I know you're saying there are sources, but these are not primary sources, right? You quoting people from books that are saying Muhammad was black. I don't have the full context of those quotes to say what they're saying, but if unless they have a primary document saying this, then these are just opinions. What I'm giving you is the Islamic literature from the 10th century. These are the earliest information we have about Muhammad,
and that's where I'm going.
And these are saying that he was not black. So if you have later sources saying he was black, of course you have to go with the earlier sources, right? The first information we have about Muhammad is not even the Quran per se. It is from the biography of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq, right? And in
that's
those,
been dismissed by Theodore Noldek. Theodore Noldek said they have earlier sources than Ibn Ishaq, according to the scholar Theodore Noldek, who's an Islamic scholar.
I don't know who it is, but they would have to show me those sources, because this is a consensus even among Muslims that's the first source on Muhammad.
Nah,
is about.
I debunked it in my book, African Origins.
You debunked it.
Yes.
So you debunked the consensus on Islamic studies.
Yeah, this came from Shabir Ali. I got this from Shabir Ali, who is a renowned Islamic scholar.
I know who Shabir Ali is.
Yeah, he said, and I quote, I typed out what he said. He's one of my mentors. What about the claim Muhammad's bios were written 125 years after the death of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq, where there were bios written earlier regarding Muhammad's expeditions? Scholars like Gregor Scholar said he has confirmed that there's some reliable information in the biography, while this fact has some myth and legend. So, in a nutshell, the Islamic scholar Gregor Scholar said that there are earlier writings than Ibn Ishaq, although they do contain some myth and legend, but there are historical, reliable earlier sources that contain myth.
Give me that source.
Scholar Gregor Scholar.
What's his name?
His name is Gregor Scholar.
And what's the name of his book?
The name of his book. No, not Haggard's. I forgot the name of his book. But you can look him up. His name is Gregor Scholar. He's a scholar.
Yeah.
The source for this is not my source is Shabir Ali. Dr. Shabir Ali is the source for this, where I got it from. He's a renowned
Yeah,
Islamic
I
scholar.
need to look that up. But you're aware that if Shabir Ali said that, he's against the consensus, right?
Well, the
Thank
consensus of the
you.
scholars
The
it says
consensus.
a lot of things. The consensus says
No,
Muhammad.
I'm just asking you. Are
Yeah.
you agreeing with me that if he says that, he's going against the consensus?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's loaded. I mean, that's an appeal to authority. Like the mainline scholars say,
No,
Muhammad was
I'm
a
not
liberal.
appealing to anything. I'm not saying if he's wrong or right. I'm just
Okay,
asking you, do you admit that if he says that he's going against the consensus?
sure. I can admit that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I was
Now, I want to
asking.
say one more thing before you the mic.
So
Hold on.
no, because you've been talking, and I just wanted to read something from an Arab
What?
who practices Islam. And the question that I asked this Arab person was what color was Muhammad? And this is the short answer. Her name is Zaya Mallory. As far as the color of the prophet's skin, Ali ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be pleased with him, described him as being whitish with a red tinge. At the time of the prophet, peace be upon him, people with the skin color that we now call white was described as being quote unquote yellow in Arabic. The manner in which Ali ibn Abi Talib described the prophet's skin indicates a light brown color. It is true that in the eyes of Allah, our skin color does not indicate our worth. The prophet, peace be upon him, famously said that an Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab and vice versa, that Allah only cares for a person's piety. This was the answer that this person gave me.
And that is in line with the consensus. So
Okay,
yeah.
let me respond to that. There's a scholar named Beecham Thomas, was an historian and Prime Minister of Muscat, and he was a Prime Minister of Muscat. His name is Beecham Thomas. He's an historian. He said the original Arabs don't resemble the Arabs of our time. In fact, we're darker people, a proto-Negroid belt of mankind stretched across the ancient world, from Africa to Malay. The black-skinned Southern Arab is best presented by the Madhara, the Kara tribe, and the Shawa tribes of Oman and Hazrawat, right? Okay, so Bishop Thomas said the Arabs were black. Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Bishop Thomas said that the Arabs were the ancient Arabs were black. Okay, Dana Marinci reports in her book. Okay, Dana Marinci reports invasion, migration, slavery, and miscegenation. It says, invasion, migration, slavery, miscegenation has severely changed the complexion of the peninsula. However, on the eve of Muhammad's reform movement in Mecca, the Arabs were still black. So she was saying that the modern Arabs are white.
Okay,
but
I have to stop you again.
Bro, I didn't cut you off. Let me finish. So Dana Marinci said, invasion, migration, slavery, and miscegenation has severely changed the complexion of the peninsula. However, on the eve of Muhammad's reform, peace be upon him, in Mecca and beyond, the Arabs were still black. She said Muhammad lived, the Arabs would still have black skin. Al-Jahi in his Fakar al-Sudan said the Arabs pride themselves in their black color. It's called LG. He's a primary source.
I'm using a primary source for right now.
Al-Jahiz is in West Africa, right?
Hold on, let me finish. An Arab poet of the early Umayyad period named Miskin. He was a pure Arab. He was known and described as very dark in complexion. He was an Arab Umayyad poet named Miskin. He's described with black skin. Moroccan scholar Tariq Berry said Aswad and Sumra can be used to describe blackness interchangeably. Scholars say Adam was Duma, right? It says, let me go to the point.
All right.
1 second.
Cool. We heard all that.
Let me respond to
can you read my screen? Can you read my screen?
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm almost
scholar?
finished. Hold on. I'm almost finished in that area. There's a scholar named Tremidi who's from the 7th, 8th century. He wrote a book called The Noble Qualities about Muhammad, mentions a variant of hadiths. I'm sorry. So, okay. The famous Saad B. Abba Waqas, cousin of Amir and uncle Muhammad. This is Muhammad's uncle. Muhammad's uncle, Said B. Abi Waqas, was Muhammad's uncle, described as very dark skin with a flat nose. This is Muhammad's uncle. Muhammad came from the tribe of Quraysh. The most important subclan of his tribe was the Banu Hashim. Henry Lamans, who's a scholar, said the Banu Hashim were called black blood dominated. So Muhammad's tribe was known as black blood dominated. Muhammad's paternal grandfather, Al-Jassi, noted in his book Fakar al-Sudan, the 10 only sons of Abd al-Muttalib were deep black. So he even described Ali, the leader of the Shiites, as husky, bald, large beard, and jet black. Ali's
Holy
son,
fuck. Come on,
Ali's
man.
son,
Come on, man. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, you rattling off a lot.
You
there.
rattling off a lot of nonsense.
Let's get in. A
okay.
lot of what you said is like basically conjecture. You read a couple of things about a couple of people who were supposedly black. We know that there were black people in the Arabian Peninsula and that were involved in Islam at the time. Muhammad had many black slaves, and the Arabs around him had black slaves. So this is not even an issue that
We're
you
talking
can
about Ali,
find.
about Ali's son, Abu Jafar.
Yo, can you hush?
No, let me just get to what I'm saying. We know that there were black people around it, and not all of them were slaves. We know that. What we're saying is that Muhammad and these Arabs, they were not black people, right? We know even during the time during the latter part of the early part of the Ottoman Empire, and even up to today, there is a fatwa that out there that says that whoever says that Muhammad was black should be killed. So we know that these are not black people. I agree that their black people can be found in and among them, and some Arabs, not all Arabs are light like what we come to associate with Arabs today. But when you say they're black as meaning that they were Africans, no, they were not. And we all know this. The genetics tell you this.
And right here on the screen, that's exactly what I have up from genome research. Indigenous Arabs are descendants of the earliest split from ancient Eurasian populations. Now let's go into this a little bit. Let me just go over one page. Let's see. The Arabian Peninsula was the initial site of the out of Africa migrations that occurred between 125 and 60,000 years ago, leading to the hypothesis that the first Eurasian populations were established on the peninsula and that contemporary indigenous Arabs are direct descendants of these ancient people. To assess this hypothesis, we sequenced the entire genome of 104 unrelated natives of the Arabian Peninsula at high coverage, including 56 of indigenous Arab ancestry. The indigenous Arab genomes defined a cluster distinct from other ancestral groups, and these genomes show clear hallmarks of an ancient out of Africa bottleneck. Similar to other Middle Eastern populations, the indigenous Arabs had higher levels of Neanderthal admixture compared to Africans, but had lower levels than Europeans and Asians. These levels of Neanderthal admixture are consistent with an early divergence of Arab ancestors after the out of Africa bottleneck, but before the major Neanderthal admixture events in Europe and other regions of Eurasia. When compared to worldwide populations sampled in the 1,000 Genomes Project, although the indigenous Arabs had a signal of admixture with Europeans, they cluster in a basal outgroup position to all 1,000 genomes, non-Africans, when considering pairwise similarity across the entire genome. These results place the indigenous Arabs as the most distant relatives of all other contemporary non-Africans and identify these people as direct descendants of the first Eurasian populations established by the out of Africa migrations. So again, Arabs are not Africans.
So let's keep going. Ali's son, Abu Jafar, according to Ibn Saud, described his father as black skin, pot belly.
Bro, stop. I just read a genetic paper, and it just told you exactly the difference that it says it are not Africans. You cannot.
Your multiple sources. Muhammad's son.
You can't. I don't care about none of your blackity black sources that are trying to put this foreign religion on the continent of Africa, bro. You have to stop disrespecting our ancestors, bro. You're not going to continue to sit in my face and disrespect my ancestors like this, bro. As if my ancestors did not have their own cultural practices before these Arabs came in with this motherfucker named Allah, dude. You're disrespecting me, homie. You're disrespecting me, and it's foul.
Again, Muhammad's son, Al-Nas al-Zakiya, is described as being black-skinned and huge. He was pure Arab, in fact.
Bro, I don't care about none of these black sources you're reading. I keep telling you this.
Oh, let's go to
You don't,
Al-Abadi.
you don't, and then you know what makes it even worse? This is how we know you pseudo and we know you fake. You don't even share your screen. So we can fact check it. So we can see where it comes from. So
it's for African origin of Most Holy Prophet. You can pick it up on Amazon for $20.
I'm not picking up your book. I'm not buying your book. I'm not buying your fucking book. Fuck your book.
Well, for people who may want to read it.
Your book is trash, as you are, sir, and you're disrespecting every person up here. No. Nah, I can't do that. I can't be nice to this dude, bro. He's sitting here throwing his books in our face, as if what I just read has no validity. But his book is supposed to rule the world, and we're supposed to just take Rabbi Lewis's word, and the scientists' words don't mean shit about these Arabs not being African. But because he say they're Africans, he's right. Fuck you.
No, Rabbi Lewis, no, I don't agree with his book. I actually told him that already. He knows, so I don't agree with him. But I'm trying. What my goal is here is
all this
is for Rabbi Lewis to have a better methodology when he's doing his research.
He don't want to have a better methodology. He wants to believe this shit because it makes him feel good.
You know, and you know, and the way you go about sourcing your material. For example, those quotes that you're quoting, did you track them down?
Of course.
Did you track down any of them?
Of course.
The last one that you read about Ali, where did that originate from?
Sure, I'll give you the source. Go back up my book. Let's see. Yeah, this is okay, let's go in. Muhammad's, peace upon him, paternal grandfather, Al-Jassi, noted in his work, he wrote a book called Fakhr al-Sudan. The 10 only sons of Abd al-Malik were deep black. Sahui, the source of Ali is Sayui.
No, you're going too fast. I need to write this down. Let me know the source again.
Yeah, send me your email. I'll just send you a copy of the book, man, if you want to read it.
You want to? Okay, I put my email in the back chat.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what he's doing, Pierre Black. He's trying to make scholarship with religion to make this shit sound
okay.
good.
So let me finish talking to Google Scholar. So the scholar is Saui, Suyai. He describes Ali, the Shiite leader, as husky, bald, large beard, and jet black. Saui is a scholar, an ancient scholar. He said that Ali was husky, bald, large beard, jet black. Ali's son, he had a son named Abu Jafar, right along. According to Ibn Saud, described his father as black skin and pot belly. So Ali's son, Abu Jafar, said his dad was black skin and pot belly. Muhammad's son had a son. Muhammad had a son named Al-Nas.
Wait, before you go further on, when you said Ali had a son, you're talking about Ali, the fourth caliph, Ali ibn Talib?
Yeah, he's had a son named Abu Jafar. According to Ibn Saud, described Ali, his dad, Abu Jafar, described Ali as black skin and pot belly. He was fat with black skin. Muhammad's son, Al-Nas al-Zakiya, is described as being black skinned and huge. He was a pure Arab in fact. Al-Abadi's description of him is most informative. Nas al-Zakiya is described as so black, they called him tar face and charcoal face. So let's go deeper. Ahmad bin Abi Sulasim said, and I quote, okay, that's the right one. Okay, Amina bint Wahab, who was Muhammad's mother, was from the Bana Suha tribe, which were known for their black skin. Tariq Berry, in his book, The Unknown Arabs, explains the classical Arabic nomenclature of white is not literal. So Tariq Berry, in his work, The Unknown, you guys there? But
No,
Berry
we're
wrote a
not.
book called The Unknown Arabs, and it explains that the classical Arabic nomenclature of white is not literal. When it says Muhammad was white, it's not literal. But that can be confusing, right? White actually indicates a black complexion with a light brownish undertone, right? So when it says Muhammad was white, it actually means a black complexion with a light skin undertone in Arabic. Jaham Allah makes the same point in the study of Arabic color terminology. White is an expression of white coffee, refers to a deep shade of brown. White can be a euphemism for blackness. Both sources are confirmed by classical Arabic sources by Syrian scholar Shams el-Din el-Da
Did
Ahad.
this man just say
hold
white
on.
can be a euphemism for blackness?
Correct.
Basically, that's what he's saying. So white does not necessarily mean white, but black definitely mean black.
Get the fuck
Shams,
out of here. You sound ridiculous, bro.
how so? Shams el-Din el-Da Hababi.
So I'm gonna tell you exactly what you just did. So when I can go get a quote from Hybrid Hate, Tudor Parfit's book, where Saint Jerome said that the Africans could only get close to Christ by becoming white. That's the only way they can become Christ-like, is to become white. So you see, so what you're up here doing is you're spewing European, Arabic, racist ideology to people who understands where you're coming from, and you don't even recognize this. Because what you just said about white is a euphemism for black, or black is a euphemism for white, is exactly how they was describing the people that they did not want to get down with. And when I say the people that they did not want to get down with, I'm talking about the Christians, I'm talking about the Arabs, I'm talking about the Jews. Whenever they wanted to disparage a group, they put them on the level of Africans and blacks.
Can I also say, Rabbi Lewis?
This was the beginning of scientific racism.
Can I also say, Rabbi Lewis, that you just read a source that named a son of Ali. According to Islamic sources, Ali had two sons. Ali married Fatima, right? They had two sons, Hassan and Hussein. Two sons, two daughters. So, see, this is what I mean by you vetting your sources, right?
Okay,
because
let's have Abu Jafar. Let me look up Abu Jafar real quick.
Abu Jafar. Okay,
Yeah,
let's look up Abu Jafar.
Let me give it to you 1 second.
Because you have to track down your sources. Because you see a name doesn't mean they're probably talking about a different Ali.
Yeah, I may have made an error. Okay.
Shit is sad.
Abu Jafar. The one I'm seeing is was Caliph of the Abbasid Empire, 136 to 158. So that's early. But there's nothing mentioning him as a son of Ali. As a matter of fact, he was from Baghdad.
Let's talk about the actual Ali. It says Saudi, when it describes Ali, Shiite leader, husky, bald, large beard, and jet black. Ali's son Abu Jafar, according to Misal, described his father as black. Now let's talk about the actual Ali from Muhammad's cousin. I believe that's his cousin, right? On that one, yeah.
So
he married his daughter. He married Muhammad.
No, but do you see who Abu Jafar's father is? His parents are Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Abdullah, and what's this? Salama Abdullah. So it may be the same Abu Jafar, but it's not the same Ali.
And it's crazy because basically what he you did you see that question I asked in the back chat earlier, Google Scholar?
About what?
When I asked the Bible, when I said, let me ask y'all Bible thumpers this. If the Europeans and Muslims had not come into Africa with Allah, Jesus, and Yahweh, are y'all telling us that we would still, the Africans, and African Americans, are y'all telling us that we would still be uncivilized, uncultured, ignorant, dirty, smelly pagans? You know, that's exactly what he's sitting up here telling us.
That's not what you're saying, right? Right, Rabbi Lewis? I don't think that's what he's saying.
That's what he's telling us.
No.
Allah
But
saved us. Allah, Jesus, and Yahweh saved us and our ancestors from our degraded state in Africa. This is what he's telling us.
no, what he's saying is, I think what Rabbi Lewis, I don't want to speak for him, but I think what he's saying is that Allah didn't, well, that Allah didn't mean this language for them, this religion for them other people. It was for us, but them other people came in and stole it. That's what I think he's saying.
Yeah, but we know, but see, this is what I'm saying. We know that the Africans did not have no religion of Allah before Allah came in.
Yeah, we know that.
We know Africans had their all over the continent, from the north of Africa to the south, east to west, and all in between. They had their own cultural ways of life. Whatever you want to say, however you want to say they looked at the world, they had their own ways of doing
it. And with that story, because I don't really talk a lot about religion, but I might have given more credence if he may have thought that it was Bilal who was black. The servant, of course, then to say it was the prophet who was black, I might have more accepted Bilal as the servant being black, who may have spoke to the people, called the people to prayer. But, even that's all myth and theology. But that's the only thing I have never heard or took that Muhammad was Black and indigenous African. And like we know, without talking about the genetics, how diverse that could be when we say indigenous African. But we're talking about indigenous cultures. We can't say that. And I don't know about Islam being indigenous culture to the heart of Africa, the east coast of Africa. Not until the spread of the Persians under Xerxes, who fought with Darius and the Macedonian Greeks. That was 5-something BC, maybe even earlier. Come to think about it, Philip was fighting Xerxes, but no, I don't know about that. Maybe Bilal, bruh. But
no, definitely, Bilal was black. So I give him that. But to be fair to Rabbi Lewis, he's not the first person I heard with this idea. It's been around. Even Ali Muhammad. I don't know if you guys know Ali Muhammad. Used to be on Sarnetta. He was one of those who came up. Well, he didn't come up with it, but he was one of them who pushed this idea. But you see, it's hard for me to read the Islamic literature and conclude, one, that this was a religion by Black people, and two, that this was made for Black people. Because if you read especially the literature, not the Quran itself, but the literature surrounding Islam, it's clearly, in my view, anti-Black. And when I say Black, I'm talking about African, right? The literature is palpable with imagery and iconography that's more geared towards white than Black, right? Like I'm saying, Bilal was a Black man. He was a slave of Muhammad. He was not like modern day African Muslim try to say nowadays, oh, he was the first Black imam and all, and he was the one who invented the call to prayer. He wasn't. He was a slave, and he had to do the call to prayer. It was not like this was his idea and he was doing this. That was his job. That's what they gave him to do. He had to do it.
Or get his head cut off. Yeah,
exactly. You know, because even in their literature, after Muhammad died, Bilal is still asking Abu Bakr, because he was bought by Abu Bakr as a gift for Muhammad when Muhammad married Aisha, Abu Bakr's daughter. He gave Bilal as a gift. So after Muhammad died, Bilal is there asking for Abu Bakr to grant him his freedom. So he was a slave. He didn't have a choice in the matter, right? And if you look at, even there's another hadith that are telling the Muslims, because apparently Bilal was a good fighter. So they tell him, Muhammad is telling the fighters that they should follow the command of Bilal, even if he's a raisin head. That was the term, a raisin head. And there are many other hadiths like this. There's also the imagery against the idea of black in Islam is very problematic, right? Muhammad himself says the most person that Allah ate is an Ethiopian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also said that the black dog is the devil. And in that hadith, they ask him, what about the yellow dog or another color dog? He said, no, he's talking about the black dog. He said, the other dogs are okay. The black dog is the devil. So there are things like that. There's also the idea that black people are created. Well, he didn't say black people, but he says that the people for hell are from like the left shoulder of Adam's, and their faces are black, and the people for heaven are from the right shoulder of Adam, and their faces are white. Now, these imagery, you can't tell me that this imagery was created by African people. There's no way, right? So that's my problem with the whole thing about trying to paint Islam and Muhammad black. You can say, I believe this is true, and I accept it, and I want to be a Muslim. I have no arguments against you with that. But when you want to paint Islam black and to make Muhammad a black man, it's not true, and it's very problematic in my view.
I agree.
Mine too.
Because it's used in the make to say me, myself as a black man is not in line with our own culture. Because that's why you want to be in touch with your own cultures. And that's it. Like I said earlier, we have a problem with wanting to, we're so hurt by the desecration of the continent that we care less about finding anything about African cultures. And so we'll pick up these yesterday cultures and we'll talk about 1000 BC, 300 BC. Like I just said, the Greek wars were at 522 BC. I think Alexander took over in 320 BC. I mean, so, but why not our own, which goes much further back? A long lineage of information, and that's just what gets me. It's like picking up a book and you start in the middle and you think you got a complete idea of the narrative story, So that's where I find that I think we're so, I don't know, Google Scholar, I'm myself proud to be from the continent. Because of my pride, I would think people who are proud try to find a lot more. And I don't mean just American history. See, we get stuck on when we were slaves and all what we did here on the plantation. We got a long line of information and history, and there's a problem that you're not even motivated, moved by it. Last thing, I'm letting someone else speak. I told Sabio, we started talking almost a year ago about the Ottoman. I said, we owe it to our ancestors and those who fought. Then they fought for their liberation. They fought for their families. I always ask these Hebrew, what's their way of life? Like, what were their schools teaching? You know, what was the principal practices of the day? What kind of medicines and things were they doing? The domestic things of life. And so I always told them that we owe it to our ancestors who fought and died because they suffered from colonization from the East Coast to the West Coast, north to south. They've suffered all over that continent, and many of them have died in the struggle. And here we are today, privileged Negroes in America, never knowing how long the fight and the struggle was. So we owe it to them to tell their story.
Yeah,
And
I
not
agree.
just get stuck in West Africa, Central Africa, North Africa, or East Africa, but to be diverse. So, you know, a lot of this going east, Google scholars, just something we ain't done a lot of, you know.
I agree with what you're saying, and I have no problems of anybody want to focus on anywhere on the continent, but personally for me, I understand my genetics is Central and West African, and that's what I'm going to focus on, right? So if somebody want to do, say, well, the Africans are Africans too, they're right, and it is their right if they want to do that. But I'm talking about me personally. I'm my genetics is Central and West African. I'm over 80% African, and that's what I'm gonna focus on. I'm not gonna try to diversify and go all over the continent. I'm gonna stick to that one part.
Well, and you know that's important because you go and say that. That's important because many of them just haven't done that at all. Not, you know, the diversity gives you just a wider range of information, you know what I mean? But to pursue just your own, to have the interest and concern of your own. And, you know, I recently found that my family was from Benin. Most of our white side was from Wales, what little we had, you know, but, you know, so yeah, to want to know. And then, you know, there's a story with coming with it. So, you know, I applaud you on that, sir.
And, you know, I think that's it right there. I think a lot of people are ashamed that our ancestors couldn't fight back. Not that they didn't fight back, that they didn't have the weapons to fight back sufficiently to stop some of the degradation and things that happened to us. But like Google Scholar said, I've done 2 DNA tests, and each of them points me to where I always thought I was from, Nigeria. It doesn't point me to the Middle East. It doesn't point me to Israel. It doesn't point me to the line. And over 80% of my DNA goes to Nigeria. 80% on one, 84% on one, and on another one, 94%. So that right there lets me know that I am an African. I am not a Hebrew. I am not an Arab. I am not Mexican. I am not Irish. I am not anything but an African.
How about more?
Ancestors, I am not a Moor. My ancestors, unfortunately, got caught up in the slave trade. Unfortunately.
And you know
it's the way it is. And you know, I've come to live with that and love that. And I think that's the problem that we have with a lot of these people that want to jump on these Abrahamic faiths and say that these are indigenous African religions and that these is ours. And we know these religions came into Africa through trade, wars, and things like that.
And
We gotta
say
stop.
we talk about that too. It's just like we just said earlier. You have to be able to explain your simple way of life. Before, how can you be celebrating religion if you're not stable with food, clothing, and shelter? And medical. You have to be able to sustain yourself. How were you developing? What was your culture? Where were you developing? And all the developments coming from those religions, Jewish, Christianity, Islam, are the things that were developed outside of the continent. So, when you ask them, well, what were they doing? What kind of schools they had? What was the day like for someone 16 years old, 17? From the time they got up to the day when they went to bed. How did they prosper as a nation? How did they grow? Did they build concrete roads? You got it? Streets. So that's my thing. That's a conversation when it's hard for me to have that kind of conversation because I guess I've been conditioned over the years to be analytical. And to think.
Right. So I got somebody else in the chat that's saying Dr. Ben was talking about the account of West Africa worship the God whose holy day is the 7th. So I'm going to do what I should have done earlier in this conversation. I'm going to play what Dr. Ben said about these 3 Abrahamic faiths. All right, here he is, right here.
Before you play, Sabio, Rabbi Lewis, I put my email in the back chat.
All right, so here go Dr. Ben speaking on the 3 Abrahamic faiths.
And for those of you who call yourselves black Jews, for those of you who are glad because you're African Jews, because you're the first Jews, you ain't shit. And I've been in that thing. Don't tell me about it. I didn't come through the back roads. I was born in it, from parents who were born in it. But it's a copy and a cop-out of the African religion, and not even religion, worship along the Nile. Go and get something new that you do and then tell me it's something unique. That go for you Christians and Muslims and everything else who take the same slave master, whether it be an Arab slave master or a European slave master.
Don't make a goddamn difference.
This time you get your own religion. Go back to the old-time religion along the Nile. It's about time that we deal with each other straight up. It's time that the jiving stops. If you say that you're African, why go?
Listen.
If you got pea soup on the table, eat it. Don't eat the vomit.
You playing something else?
Don't eat the soup after somebody done ate it before and then vomit it. Don't go to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. That's the vomit. When you could go to the religion down the Nile. But you don't like that. You're mad with me right now. And you're talking about the original religion and the original language. And Adam and Eve.
Sabio.
Hold up. He almost through.
People are fighting for their life to support a
I'm not hearing anything. That's why I was.
And all you thinking
y'all not hearing it? I know I got the volume.
Are we here?
No, I'm not hearing anything.
Are we here to change and shift things? Are we here to do a new thing? Are we?
Y'all couldn't hear it?
Yeah, I did. I heard it.
And
And
That
I thought
and I like the
because I
part he
know I
said, you
share my
mad at me
volume.
right now. I guess that's my story too.
Yeah, so
I need that
that's
mic.
all I wanted y'all to hear. I could have played
Yeah,
it to the
you can
end.
take that.
I could have played it to the end. So basically, what he was saying was, don't go to Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. That's what he was saying. Go
no,
back
because
to the old
because
time religion along the Nile. That's
because
what
what
the great
he's
doctor was saying. Go ahead.
no, what he's simply saying is that these traditions aren't African. That's all he's saying.
Bang. That's all he's saying. They're not African.
Yeah, that's why it was sort of disingenuous. So maybe, and I'm glad you asked him, Google Scholar, because he quoted a lot of great scholars who I know were strictly atheists, who I knew understood the book was mythology. And he quoted a lot of names, Ben and Diop and Rashidi, a whole bunch of them. And I'm saying, wait a minute, they're not saying that no, that Allah existed. And that's the only thing I was trying to get out of those great quotes that he put together, that he got that from that story that those Muslims, that we are the black man, what is the Asiatic black man.
These people are so stuck with this biblical religion that it doesn't make sense. He basically told you that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and I think Michael Smith is stupides.
It's
What he was
stupid is Michael Smith, but I don't know if it's the
that's
same
him
Michael
right there.
Smith. Yeah, I don't know.
But basically what he was saying was that this God is not ours. So it doesn't matter if he said anything about the Akan, because he wasn't speaking on the Akan. He was speaking on Africans, period, that want to take on this religion, that want to take on these Abrahamic religions. So
yeah, that's right, Sabio. He said along the Nile. He didn't just say up in North, Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, Nubia. He didn't just say that. The Congo. He said along the Nile. And then you got the Blue Nile and the White Nile.
And the White Nile. So he was talking about all Africans.
Thank you. You got it.
It doesn't matter if you want to single out the Akan. So
I don't even know personally if Dr. Ben was an atheist, but I think even if he wasn't at that time, if he was alive today, with all the information that we have, he probably would be by now.
Hell yeah, he'll be an atheist.
And the one thing true, like he said, his wife was about to be a nun or had practiced as a nun until he met her. And like he said, his family came under Judaism until he got old enough to know, So like it's understanding where and how these things. See, when you go back to the beginning, you can find out how these other things interject, how they come into play, But when you're just starting there, you think you're smart and learning something, and you haven't even discovered how they interjected. How did they come to fruition? So that's the part that sometimes, I think people will go back as far back as you can. Like you said, Google, it don't have to be all over the continent, just in your neck of the woods. You follow me?
Yeah. So I guess I don't know. Should I share that video for y'all? I think more people may need to. It's only. I mean, he got a whole little hour, like almost a 2-hour lecture where he was like decimating the religion. I just like that 3-minute clip. because it sums up exactly what we're talking about. It sums it up very well. Give Christianity, Judaism, and Islam back to your enslavers.
And listen, listen. I've said it before. I don't remember if I said it on this channel, but I've always said I'm an atheist, but I'm not an anti-theist. If anybody out there, if anybody decide that Islam is what is for me, and they want to be a Muslim, or if Christianity is for me, or they want to be a Christian, or any one of these religions, it is your right, and I have no problems with that. But what I have problem is when you spread misinformation in the name of your religion. That I do have a
same
problem.
here.
Yeah, I agree. And the biggest thing is it's so easy to just say, well, yeah, you know, at this age, I converted to this religion, because we know you wasn't born with it.
Mm-hmm.
So at what point did you leave? Most parents, most people in North America are Christian families. So I just want to need, not that I didn't say there weren't Islamic and Buddhist and other religions fans, I said most. So at some point, you had to convert. And just the realization to sit here and say, well, you know, when I was 17, I decided I'll convert. Because these Negroes make you think you was born with a Bible on your behind. So that's just my thing. And, you know, there are a lot of reasons to convert. There might be some personal experience that made you or thought that you should convert to, you know. That's, like you say, it's your choice. But to not understand that that's not natural to life. You were not born with it, so it's not natural to life. So, you know, when you convert for whatever reason, it's beautiful to understand why you did.
Somebody had to teach you about this God. This God wasn't inherent. You know, he wasn't just there when you popped out. Somebody had to tell you about this God. You had to be taught about this God from the moment you were born until the moment you were able to articulate words. And that's all you, Chris Harris said something very, very prominent and poignant in his video. I mean, in his debate with Vocab Malone. He said, we read the story. I mean, we believed the story before we read the story. We were told the story and we were told to believe the story before we actually read it. And that is exactly what has happened to everyone who thinks that this shit has some validity of truth and that it's historically accurate and that the Exodus is happening in real time and that donkeys talk and snakes talk and a man cursing children to get torn to pieces by a she-bear. You know, this is what happens when we don't have access to the information that we need at a young age. And when we do get access to it, we have already been conditioned to accept what has been told to us in that story.
Yeah, indoctrinated, you know, and that was a method to control the masses just by giving indoctrination. So I think that now, and it make me wonder, you know, it's the indoctrination so deep, and are we the most religious, most, you know, we take something and just go overboard with it, you know. And here we argue more about the religion than the people who invented it for control.
Right.
And now that's, you know, so that's the thing, because we gonna have to step outside of it if we want to move forward. I don't hear no Koreans arguing and no Chinese in the neighborhood where I live arguing about what they believe in. And they all selling Chinese food. They won't spend a dime in your community, but they will take your money. They will profit from you, us Black people. And we're just going to wayside and we're going to be contributors and not developers. So that's what concerns me. I think the book has kept us separated because we've allowed it, as like you say, to be a way of judging one another, just like the way the white man used it for, you know.
If you're not a Christian, you're going to hell. If you're not a Muslim, you're going to hell. If you're not a Jew, you outside the covenant, you going to hell. So each one, you got to be part of these distinct religions or you going to hell. You got to be part of them. Or think about that. All of them all say the same shit, but you're all going to hell if you're not part of these shits. Which one of these is correct? All three of them can't be right. Like, which one of these are going to send us to hell? This man just said that the Christians or the Jews who followed the Torah and the Septuagint and all that are going to hell because they weren't following Allah. He just said that. But you will have some Hebrew come on here or some Christian come on here and tell the Muslim that they're going to hell. Like, what?
You know, what the funniest thing to me about those?
What was funny?
With the Muslims and the Christians, right? The Christians came up with Jesus, and they said Jesus did this and said this, and what 700 years later, the Muslims come along and say, nah, Jesus did not say that. This is
right.
What he really said.
Right. And he wasn't the son of God. He was a prophet.
Yeah.
Like, what?
You know, and that's my concern about imagery. You know, I'm telling you, you know, because you could some images and pictures, like you say, I'm looking at them and I know a mulatto from someone Black. And how someone go tell me that the mulatto, that's a Black man, and not anyhow, you know, but imagery has affected us tremendously. And I don't know. I think we just, I just don't see, as sad as it hurts, I don't see us having a continuity to, having generational wealth. We moving up the ladder, but I just don't see the process. We have to make some serious changes right away. You know, because we've been stripped, the land resources being stripped. And the idea that someone will say, all right, well, you know, you'll never run out of this. There's plenty. I don't always believe so. You know, some of the climactic shifts from the oil being pumped from the ground. So, you know, it's just a time to, you know, to move beyond division, you know, religious division. Now, I like I say, I don't see too many white people fighting each other over any type of religious ideology. I don't hear them hollering and screaming at each other, you know, because one a Lutheran and one a Catholic and one a, Christian. Because see, the whole idea after all was the book was never meant to be shared during feudalism. The idea was to create the book and the preacher would read it to you, the priest, and everyone would sit there and only one man could look upon the book. And all he would tell you is that you had to work harder and you needed to offer more potatoes and you needed to give more corn and work harder until Martin Luther came and said, wait a minute, now this sounds like some BS. But, now the book wasn't designed for everyone. Catholicism, there's only one to walk up there and read that book. So it's just, it's the games that they play, So I just wish people would look back wide and see when these things came about.
Yo, hold on, Brother Ray. I was asked some stupid ass question in the chat, and I'm going to address this shit. I was asked by this dumbass dude, Michael Smith, to tell him what is my definition of true freedom and real justice for all Black people. First of all, I don't speak for all Black people. So I cannot tell you what my definition is for all Black people. I can only tell you what my definition of true freedom and justice is for me. You deal wad? That's a dumbass question. So grow up or hit the panel and shut up, because you seem real stupid and lost right now. Like I told you in the chat, I am only here to make people think and challenge the ideas that you have been led to believe with no reason for believing. So if you believe there's a God in the sky, then hey, prove to me that there's a God in the sky. But as I said, I don't have a monolith, or I do not have the ability to speak for every Black person in the world or in America to tell them what their idea of true justice and freedom is, because what they might call true justice and freedom might be totally different than what I call true justice and freedom. So I cannot speak for all of them, sir.
And that's his answer.
Stupid fuck.
We have to get over the point that we must understand that just common sense, even as great as Dr. Clark described the continuity of the people on the landmass of Africa, the continent, that they had wars, they had battles, there were some decisions that resolved it in conflict. It'd be ludicrous to think that there was never any kind of conflict. The point is that they understood that resolution was for the better good. And they always look for the better good. If we want to use the word humanity, up until, some things that, like I know Queen Nzinga was forced to do, when the Portuguese had literally taken all the parts of Ethiopia, all of it. There were things she did, but I mean, so it's so easy to say what we want to do, family, but you ain't living it. You ain't living the chain around your ankle, whips on your back. You're getting 1 meal a week. You ain't living it. So to sit here and boaster about, how easy you could have rectified the problem is ludicrous. That's why I honor the ancestors. Half you Negroes on here, if you were back then, wouldn't make it. That's in the raw, you wouldn't make it. So, yeah, to talk about what they went through, outnumbered, outgunned, your own family turning on you, no loyalty to you. And even to this very day, your name being still desecrated among the races.
And then they want us to run to these Abrahamic faiths
No, y'all
that
can't
did
get
this to
Brother
us.
Ray.
That did this shit to us. You want us to go back to the shit that told us our ancestors was dumbass pagans sitting under a tree waiting for the white man to come in and save them from their misery. Are
But
you
people,
fucking kidding me?
people don't still believe that in 2022, right?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, that's Dr. Chancellor Williams' great statement. And that we're supposed to be on our knee forever and ever and ever, he says, on your knee, thanking God and the white man who brought them for
Yes.
taking you out of the horrors, he said,
Why
of
do
Africa.
you think they fight so desperately to hold on to these religions and these ideals? If they didn't think that in 2022, they wouldn't be fighting. So they would be making the connections that we are making. They wouldn't be thinking these connections that we are making are just fake connections that we just fabricated through history. And I mean, I quoted the sources that I could use to show you these. And I mean, he even quoted one of the books, Hybrid Hate. So you know, I'm not making none of this up, but they will still sit here in our face and say that this religion is African. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity came from Africa. They was talk about Frumentius, Ethiopian, Coptic Church. They would but they will not mention the Greeks. They will not mention, but they will call it Coptic. They would talk about the Egyptian Coptic Church, but they won't say who started the Coptic Church. They will say that it's Coptic.
No, they don't like talking Roman Greco too much, you know. They don't like, because like I say, I know for a fact that Persia and Macedonia, they was fighting that war with Darius and Xerxes, the first, 520 something BC. So no, they don't want to talk about that long history of being dominated. They hardly don't even like talking about the Ptolemies. They act like the Ptolemies never existed. You know,
exactly.
what happened in that realm of time in which they ruled the empire? You know, so sometimes it be the joke. Now that's why you understand I sometimes can't do it.
Mark didn't start
we
the
go
Coptic
start,
Church,
we
sir.
go play junk rope.
Najee Hawkins, Mark did not start the Coptic Church.
That's
false.
church tradition. But
that's church tradition.
That cannot be verified in history.
That cannot be verified in history, sir. So I understand you're using church tradition, but that's not historically accurate. And see, that's it right there. That's it. So what I just said follows that they will do whatever they can to make this shit be African. Mark started the Coptic Church in Egypt.
And Mark was Greek, right? Well, at least it's a Greek name. and he wrote it. He wrote his gospel in Greek also. So if he was African, he was an educated African. But there's no records that he was African. So.
There's no
Can you
records that he
two
was
gentlemen please explain to me why? Why the displeasure? Why the such ordained taste to be anti-African? Can each one of y'all take a minute in your best way and tell me why is it that for us, even after all these years?
I'm gonna tell you, because that our ancestors were so decimated by these religions that there's no way that they can think that they're outside of them. See, it's so psychological that it makes you hate what happened to Africa, but it also makes you hate your ancestors for not being in a position to fight off what was happening. Does that make sense? So if we had more cannons, better weapons, and if our ancestors had better cannons, better weapons, and things like that, the things that the Arabs and the Christians did the Muslims and the Christians did to Africa and the Jews did to Africa probably would not have happened. But because we were technologically disadvantaged and shut out from the technological advances due to the treaties and things that they was writing to put Africa in that state of stagnation, that's why we are here. So that's one of the biggest reasons I see these people hate Africa and they don't want to be African. They will say they're African, but then when it comes to actually doing it and trying to live it and accepting it, nah, they can't do it without Jesus, Allah, or Yahweh.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask Brother Ray to repeat the question, but I also want to take the opportunity to invite Michael Smith on to explain to us what his idea of true freedom and real justice means. Brother Ray, could you say
I
the
already know
question?
what it means.
Yeah,
Dying
no,
and
but
going to heaven.
it be his idea because I have an idea, but I don't know if my idea is the same as his. So I would like to hear what his idea is.
His
Yeah,
idea is
I
dying and
wanted,
going to heaven.
I just wanted to know, in your opinion, Google, what is the condemnation that appears to be that our people have so much with the mother continent in identifying with it? What, in your opinion, is the real problem?
I think the major problem is that because of what happened to us during the period of the transatlantic slave trade up until now, we, for the most part, as lost our identity. We've lost our sense of self, and so because of that, we're having to find it or to re-find it on our own, and in that process, some people are getting lost. When people look at other cultures across the world, they see things that they think are greatness, and because they don't have that sense of self or the or that idea of where their culture is coming from, they see that as being greater than what their culture is, and so a lot of them, because of that, they see that as greater, so they try to cling on to some of that. But yeah, I think the main problem is the loss of identity and trying to recover that sense of self.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I'm pretty much in with that tonight, Sabiel, because yeah, that's what it is, and I guess that's my idea is when you like to bandwagon jump, because many of the converts of whatever religion you are today, you probably been 2 or 3 other different ones in the past, and so you bandwagon jump. But for whatever reason, you decided to convert to a certain religion and certain things. I hope that you take the time to look back to see where this originated, when did it come into play, how did it affect you and your people when it came into play, and then maybe see if you see a better light at the end of the tunnel. So that's what I want to end. Bless you, a Google Scholar, Brother ABO. You know, I'll be talking with you.
Yes, sir.
Have a good evening, Pianki, for letting me deal with y'all this evening. So I enjoyed the show.
I just
Much
posted
love
the
and
link in the
blessings.
chat. I just posted the link in the chat for Michael Smith if you want to come on. And if Najee want to come on, they can, if y'all want to. If not, we can wrap it up. It don't bother me. Nah, it don't bother me, Najee. It's up to y'all if y'all want to jump on.
And if you want to come on, I don't know. Yeah, but I think what Brother Ray is saying is, I wouldn't. Sometimes you can use terms that can inflame the situation. I understand the point, by the way, is making,
I
but
do too.
I don't like to use terms like when say people say you just hate being African. I don't want to use the word hate, but I think some people who try to distance themselves from Africa
Because
is
of what happened. True.
yeah, it's a trauma, right? Like
Yes, it's the
you see,
trauma.
yeah. So
PTSD, post-traumatic slave disorder. Joy Degree. Watch it. It's a great video. She broke it down succinctly. And the things that we are suffering from is the reason why we cannot really heal, because we want to be everything but African.
mhm. Well, for some people at least, some people
I
are
mean,
still.
and then it gets so bad because under these religious identities, and we can end it because Najee said he good, and I don't think Michael Smith coming on. But after
Yeah.
you say your last piece, I'm gonna say my last piece real quick. It gets to the point to where underneath these religious ideologies, we have to be the pacifists. We have to be the ones that accept everybody. We have to be the ones that say white people are cool, Asians are cool, all these other races on the planet that have degraded us, like the Arabs and the Christians, and the Europeans, they're good people. We the ones who are always turning the other cheek.
Mhm. Well, one thing I want to say too, I don't want anybody listening to mistake what I'm saying for being like everybody is suffering from this. I'm not saying that. I
Right.
understand totally that there are many people who have found themselves understand that this is who they are, but they have actually been chosen to follow another system or to go go a certain direction. That has happened. Most so what I'm trying to say is being aware of your culture and your traditions and who you are, where you came from, does not necessarily mean that you have to go and follow that. That's not the point of what I'm saying. So like if you is a Muslim, for example, you can be a Muslim, but you can with that understand the nature of what being a Muslim is, and understand that this is your background and where you came from. Or you can do that for any kind of belief system. So I'm not trying to say that because somebody is a Muslim or a Christian that they don't know who they are, or they lost their sense of self. I hope nobody took it that way. That's not what I'm saying. But I do
Right.
believe that there are many of our brothers and sisters out here who are I don't want to use the word lost, but they're searching for an identity, and that's why we find them into so many of these systems and
Mm-hmm.
trying to make the systems that are clearly not African. They're trying to make it into Africa.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yep. No. Hold up. Hold up. You see, you hear the same nonsense today. We point out hate crimes against Black, but when we kill our own silence, no. I talk about Black on Black violence all the time. I hate Black on Black violence.
I don't
I
use
just
that
had to
term.
check. I just had to check some people who was at the store about the fight
I don't use
over.
the term black and black violence. That's a white
So,
supremacist term.
but yeah, that's what Najee saying. We point out hate crime, but like, nah, it isn't silent. Just because you aren't around people and we don't like, you see, that's a fallacy. You just can't make statements like that. You know,
Yeah, in terms of that, you commit crime in you commit crime in your locale, and
right?
you
And and
you
I,
do
and I don't
things
know, and I
around
don't
the
know why
people
people
that
don't
you're around.
understand that. Like you don't see white people coming from from their town to a black city committing crimes.
No, they do it in their neighborhood.
Like,
So
so you
if
have
you're
to,
gonna have
so
crime, if you're gonna do violence, you're gonna do violence for the most part on the
around the
people
people
that are
you're
around
around.
you. Yeah, exactly. So that term, black on black crime, this is why I said I don't use that, because I believe it's a term that's meant to cast a certain light on black people, right?
Like,
You never hear
right. I
you
understand what you're
never hear
saying. You don't know
somebody say
white on white
white on white
violence or
crime. Yes.
Mexican on Mexican crime and
Yeah.
things like that. Right. I understand what you're saying. And that's it right there. But it's like, I don't understand why we don't want to accept the things that we know has happened to us and we want to sugarcoat it. Like, and we just want to rub it out of existence, like blot out whatever the invaders did to our ancestors. Just blot it out. Just
Mhm.
blot it out, like we got a whiteout or something, and we can just blot it out of existence. And then once we do that, we forgive them. Everything's going to be hunky dory. Well, we've been forgiving them since since slavery ended. We've been forgiving them. Shit, we forgave them when they killed when they killed Emmett Till. We forgave them when they killed Martin Luther King. We could we forgave them when they killed Malcolm X. We forgave them when they killed the Little Rock, the four girls in the 16th Street Baptist Church.
How about that?
we
What about
forgave them when they we forgave them when they did the Scottsboro Boys the way they did the Scottsboro Boys. We forgave them when they did the Red Summer of 1919. We forgave them when they killed Tamir Rice. We forgave them when they did Hamadou Diallo with those 52 shots. You know, we forgave them when they did Eddie Gray. We forgave them when they got your boy with the
Sandra Bland.
cigarette, Sandra Bland. We constantly forgiving. We are constantly forgiving. When are we going to get results from all this forgiving?
Maybe it's time to move to a new path, you know?
No, it's not what am I going to do about it, Najee. It's what are you Christians going to do about it? Because we keep forgiving the Christians that brought this religion to us. So what are you Christians going to do about this?
I'm not even going to put it all on the Christians. It's on all of us, but I don't wanna...
the reason I put it on the Christians is because what? They are supposed to be the ones, they are the ones who perpetuating this. It's Christian evangelicals, white evangelical Christians that are perpetuating these laws, that have always been perpetuating these things on Africans, African Christians, African pagans, whatever you want to call them. They were perpetuating this shit on Africans. Africans in America. No, I'm not. I'm pointing out, you see, now I'm complaining. No, I'm not. I'm pointing out the flaws in your religious teaching, and it's complaining. Nah, bro. You see, that's it right there. We can't be critical of your Jesus shit without us complaining. Nah, I'm telling you exactly what has been done. And your bias got you saying that I'm complaining. And it's on y'all to live according to y'all biblical word. All of you Christians, European Christians, Portuguese Christians, African American Christians, it's on y'all to live according to the Christian narrative that's supposed to be upheld by your boy, Yeshua Christ, not us. So until y'all start upholding the principles of y'all book, and I'm not talking about you specifically, I'm talking about the ones who are perpetuating the laws that run this land that says that this land was given to them by God. It's in their what? Their Pledge of Allegiance.
Mhm.
So until then, there's nothing you can say to me that is going to make me say that Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are good for us. All they've done was take it from us. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I have is with the Christians, right? Not all Christians, but the ones that use the religion as a cudgel. Because even the laws that they pass are about the religion, right?
Mm-hmm. It
So
was to make the religion right, make the religion seem real, uphold the religion, give the religion some type of credence.
yeah. So I don't have a problem with the religion per se. And when I say something, it's not about every Christian, but if I say something about Christianity, you can't stay there in one corner and say, "Well, I'm a Christian and I don't do that." So so if you don't do that, that means that I should be critical of the ones that do.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Uh,
all Christians are Christians. Y'all all follow the Holy Bible. Doesn't matter which Holy Bible you follow. It's a Bible. It has Yahweh in there and it has Jesus. So that's it right there. You're a Christian. You follow Yahweh, who is the supreme God, and Jesus is his son, and the Holy Spirit is the intercessor. So if those three things is part of your theological makeup, there's nothing you can say to me that is going to make me say we should be following these religions, because these religions have done nothing for the people that I represent, but take. Even the ones today. Yeah, you had your organizations and they all did the same things that all government organizations do. They give out free food, free clothes, they pay bills. I can get that from an organization that ain't even affiliated with a church.
yeah, no, I think we're well past the stage where certain things we only look to the church for. We're past that now. Yeah, but I still believe in my heart, even though I'm not a Christian, and I wouldn't be a Christian anymore, I still believe that you still should look to the church to set certain examples. You know what I mean? Like
I
things
don't
like,
think so.
no,
The church don't have no examples to set for any human being other than how to be a good liar. Because everything about the book, you have to lie. You have to lie about the flood. You have to lie about the creation of the earth. You have to lie that there wasn't three gods doing the creating. You would have to say that they're all one. And even though it distinctly tells you that it wasn't, you can consistently see that it's different writers writing the creation narrative. But they won't admit that.
no, but
You would have to admit that snakes don't talk, and they won't admit that snakes don't talk because it
I,
goes
I
against their narrative.
I think most won't admit it, but there are some that do.
And if they admit that snakes don't talk and that the flood didn't happen, then those are some extreme Christians, and they're on their way to being excommunicated. They can't say these things in their church.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, but there are different types. They're really like different types of Christian. There's some Christian that accept the Bible as literature, but not like that the events in there, that all of the events in there literally happen. I know it's a stretch Because then how do you decide which one happened and
Which one is
didn't?
right? Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But
So Jesus walked on water, but the flood didn't happen.
Jesus raised from the dead, but
Right.
he
Or
didn't.
Jesus cursed the fig tree, but the donkey didn't talk. Like
Yes,
which one?
there's a talking snake. You didn't read that in the book?
Yeah, there's a talking. Yeah, I know there's a talking snake and a talking.
No,
Who?
no, I'm talking to I don't even know.
You did. Yeah, the
Nate
genie
Hawkins.
in the Adam. The serpent talked. The snake talked to Eve in the Genesis story. The snake
You
talked to
probably
Eve.
you probably didn't remember that one.
Like how you not gonna remember the snake talking to Eve? It distinctly says a snake.
Yeah, there is a talking snake and a talking donkey.
And a talking donkey. Yeah, the donkey that talked to Balaam.
There's also a talking. Well, I don't know if I should call it a ghost or a spirit. Well, I don't know.
Right.
With Saul and the witch of Endor.
Yeah, with the witch of Endor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, which stories are we supposed to take as literal? Paul stories? Okay, let me ask you this question. And I asked it in the back chat a couple of days ago. If Paul's letters was written before the Gospels, why didn't Paul ever mention Mary and Joseph?
That's one that scholars debate over all the time. It's hard to know why. From a Christian perspective, the Christians always tell me that, well, Paul wasn't really concerned about the earthly life of Jesus. He was more concerned about spiritual things or whatever. But it seemed odd that Paul would mention in one verse the brother of the Lord. Talk about different disciples.
You mention the brother of the Lord, but you don't mention his mama and daddy.
It's odd, and scholars don't really know what to make of it. But definitely, if you want my personal view, it's gonna be like you're gonna say it's pseudo, but my view is that my personal view is that Paul came way before there was anything called Christians.
I agree with you.
Mm-hmm. I think that when Paul was writing, I think Paul was coming from a sect that was going around the area way before there was any mention of anyone called Jesus. I think Paul was way before all that, or at least the sect that he followed.
I agree. And that sect was a sect of Jews.
Yes.
Not Christians.
No, the Christian thing came later, like way later, way after Paul.
And that sect of Jews were followers of the way. Let's get it specific. So yeah, this Jewish sect that followed this guy named Jesus was called the way. I guess we don't know what we're talking about though, but I guess Najee and his boy I guess you and Thomas White can set a conversation because you and nobody had to cancel on us. Yeah, we didn't run. We was waiting. Nobody said that he got off at 8 that day. And Joe Pearson had to go to work at 8. So how could we do it? Joe Pearson has to go to work at that time. It ain't gonna work. That was done purposely. He didn't want to talk about if Paul was teaching something different than Jesus. But if maybe you and Thomas White want to do that with me and Joe Pearson, or maybe I can get William Jones to sit down and me, you, Najee, and William Jones can do it. Thomas White, how about that?
Thomas White is a Christian too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? If y'all, if that's not too much to ask, because Fianchi been trying to get me in a debate with one of y'all on Paul, but it don't seem like anybody really knows what they're talking about on Paul.
Yeah, like I said, my view on Paul are a little extreme, but it's my personal view. I understand totally that's not what the scholarship say. But if
Right.
you notice, the reason why I if you notice, what the Christians did is that they took the John the Baptist cult and tried to co-opt it into Christianity. Well, not
Yep.
try, they did co-opt it into Christianity. But if you
Yep.
read the extra biblical writings like from Josephus and others, you realize that the John the Baptist cult was way bigger than Christianity in those early stages. And that what happened is that after
That's
John the
because John
Baptist
had a
was killed,
bigger following.
yeah, he had a bigger following. But what happened is that after he was killed, the movement kind of petered out. And then the
Mm-hmm.
Christians came along and said, no, actually, John was just the forerunner to Jesus. But after he was killed, then Jesus came and took over. But
Mm-hmm.
it was a separate movement and had nothing to do with Christianity.
But yeah, I guess we can go ahead and end the show.
Yeah,
It's
we
been
can.
it's been a good conversation. I appreciate everybody for sticking around, chopping it
Yeah,
up
peace
with
to
the
the chat. Peace to everybody that came through.
right, Rabbi Lewis, he got to stop with that. He got to be better. I don't know if it's
Uh,
gonna happen, but this is just who he is. He's so stuck in these religions. We are so stuck in these religions that we probably gonna die. A lot of us gonna die believing in shit that isn't real, and that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I really that right there is one of the big things main reasons why I do this. I don't want us to get up there and before we know it, we pass and still waiting on some sky deity to do something, and that sky deity just ain't gonna do anything, and we just still waiting. You know, like do you know
yeah.
how damn you die and then you go to hell or you don't go to heaven, you just dead, but you wouldn't know. You could. How would you know? Are you going to experience it? Like, how would you know if you're in heaven or hell? I guess these are questions Christians got to answer for us. Maybe they can answer it on another show. But we finna get up out of here. I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, peace, man. Talk to you all
Peace.
soon. See you later, baby.
Yeah.